health, then can use the economy goals. Because their economy is primarily for the tourism.
Everything ready? Okay. Call the regular meeting of the Charter Review Advisory Committee to order at 7 p.m. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Committee Member Duiziak.
Here.
Committee Member Whittam.
Here.
Committee Member Maruku.
Here.
Committee Member Ryan.
Here.
Committee Member Pinsler.
Here.
Committee Member Kilroy.
Here.
And Chair Stressenberg.
Here. Mr. Whittam, would you lead us in the salute to the flag, please?
Again, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion and second for the approval of the order of agenda?
I have a request on the order of the agenda. And I would like, while we're still alert, and I think I have a hard deadline tonight, if we can move item J1 up to be right before items I.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
The motion and second to amend the agenda to move J1 to the beginning of the, actually before the I items. Is that correct? Okay. All in favor?
Chair, if I can,
Yes.
is there any issue with regards to the attorneys that we have? I guess because we have some attorneys on waiting for Zoom meeting. Don't want to replay of last meeting where we're paying them for sitting and watching us.
I'm expecting the Long Beach City prosecutor to be here. He indicated he would try and be here in person, so I was just checking with the clerk. The clerk sent him a Zoom invitation, and he indicated he would try and be here. So the only thing that I would ask is if he's not here when we get there, you may want to move that item.
Okay, we're not paying him anyway, so.
True, he's doing it out of the goodness of his heart.
Okay, so we're,
Yeah, we're fine.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, the motion passes. Blue folder items. Is there a motion, a second to receive and file blue folder items?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Consent calendar, we really just have one item that's effective this evening. Is there a motion second for the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. No excluded. Public participation on non-agenda. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear in this agenda for action. The section will limit to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written request, if any, will be considered. Have no written requests. Does anyone from the public like to speak this evening? Any Zoom or e-comments?
None.
Non-agenda. Then we will close that section.
And for the record, there was none for consent calendar also.
Apologize. Thank you very much. So, yeah, under H1, there was nothing there. Okay, moving on to I, we have I1.
J1.
J1. Yes, thank you. Moving J1 up to the front. Thank you from Ranger. Okay, discussion of possible action regarding the November and December meeting dates.
Yeah, I think the way, and you were the one who actually did this initially, is we have, I think, a requirement that we meet at least once a month. And I don't think, because we're going into a new year theoretically that we have fixed the dates. So we could have a regular meeting at a different date in November and put it on the agenda for the meeting in November, for October, to pick the November and December dates.
What did we do last year? We had meetings in November and December.
Once Thanksgiving, so
I don't remember, but
Yeah.
we had a meeting though. We worked around it.
We're fortunate or unfortunate enough to have a fifth Thursday that week.
Yes,
Oh.
and we had it.
I
So this
forgot.
time there's no, well, there is for November, there is a fifth
Thursday.
Thursday, which is 11:30, November 30th.
This year. Yeah.
So, and the days we have available in November is November 29th and November 30th. And in December, we have no open dates because City Hall is closed that last week.
And nothing available before that time period?
No, yeah. Directed by my staff.
Do we
So
need
there's
to get-
there's no dates available in December.
do we need the council to
November.
say no problem not meeting in December? Since I think their marching orders was at least once a month, and I know we went through a process to get a second meeting in one of the first months. We did.
Well, at this time, all dates are booked.
Yeah, so
I mean,
we may be out of luck, but we could have a fifth week November meeting.
correct.
And that's probably, we should tell them that will be our meeting and it should be sufficient for the year.
I think the solution is really pretty easy. We schedule a meeting for the 30th, and we make sure it goes past midnight. It easily accomplishes.
Oh, we can do that easily.
I know.
Adjourn and re-adjourn?
Um,
Creative.
Trying to solve problems, that's all.
Okay, between the 29th and the 30th, is there any preference on those? I'm fine with keeping it the Thursday, the 30th.
I think keep it Thursday.
Fine with me. I'll make a motion to have the November meeting on November 30th.
Second,
Motion is second for the meeting in November to actually be on Thursday, November 30th. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have that set, and with nothing, yeah, is there any public comment on? Thank you, Ms. Morocco.
No.
Meeting dates? And we just have no availability for December, so.
I mean, I can keep you up to date at the October meeting to see if anybody cancels.
None available at this time. Maybe another commission may cancel or
Correct.
something. Okay.
I think that's what happened last year. Somebody canceled. They had.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
that wasn't too long.
Getting back to the agenda. Now, moving on to section I with I1, discussion of possible action regarding Article 11, Section 11.2, the city attorney. Mr. Penzler, this has your name on it.
We have a guest.
Okay.
So we have a guest. We're honored to have Douglas Halbert. He's the Long Beach City Prosecutor. He's serving his fourth term, and he's also currently the president of the LA County Prosecutors Association, which is made up of the DA and the heads of the 10 cities that prosecute state crimes. And he's here to discuss the Long Beach model from the prosecution side.
Thank you for inviting me, City Attorney Webb. It's an interesting experience to be speaking from the podium. I'm Doug Halbert. I'm the elected city prosecutor for the city of Long Beach. I know that you're undertaking a very difficult and important task to look at the charter of your city and decide if you want to change it and how you might want to change it. I was asked to come because Long Beach has somewhat of a unique charter in that it has an elected city attorney who handles all civil matters and an elected city prosecutor that handles all criminal prosecutions, specifically adult misdemeanors that arise in the city of Long Beach. As background, every county has a district attorney. There are 58 counties, so there are 58 district attorneys. It's a little unique when a city, usually it's a charter city, decides that it wants to prosecute its own cases locally. So in Los Angeles County, there are, I believe, 10 cities that have decided they want to prosecute their own local misdemeanor cases. Outside of LA County, I believe San Diego, Anaheim, the city of Alameda up in Northern California, and there's a little bit of a hybrid with Huntington Beach. All the other cities are in LA County, so there's 10 in LA County and 3 outside of LA County that I'm aware of. Each one's a little different. Long Beach, as I said, has an elected city attorney and an elected city prosecutor. So our offices are split. I know in Redondo Beach, there's an elected city attorney that oversees a civil and a criminal division. In Los Angeles, there's an elected city attorney that oversees criminal and civil. So those 2 cities are more consistent, I guess, than Long Beach. There's no other city in California that has an elected city prosecutor. So Long Beach is the only one, and I was happy to drive here tonight to share with you our experience and answer any questions you might have. First of all, since it's the only system I know, I can only tell you about how we do it. And we are completely separate when it comes to the budget. The city attorney's office has a budget separate from our budget. I hire the staff for the city prosecutor's office. The city attorney hires their own staff. We don't share the same office. We don't share attorneys. There are no half attorneys that work half on my cases and half on their cases. We consult each other when necessary, and it is necessary when you're drafting a penal statute, for example. If the city is considering a law that might be enforced criminally, in my opinion, it's a good idea for the city attorney's office and the city prosecutor's office to discuss it, because I might feel it's unenforceable and it doesn't do any good if the city attorney writes an ordinance that isn't going to be enforced. But for the most part, I actually, I think the pros of having them split outweigh the cons. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you're interested in any of those pros and cons. By the way, before I was elected city prosecutor for the city of Long Beach, I was a contract city attorney and city prosecutor. So I worked at a law firm that did municipal code enforcement. Those cities that I worked for only handled municipal code violations, which is a very small part of what I do. So I still prosecute Long Beach municipal code violations. It is less than a fraction of 1% of my cases. 99 point something % of my cases are state law violations, battery, DUI, petty theft, domestic violence, gun possession, drug possession, prostitution. That's the vast majority of what I do. But we do still prosecute municipal code enforcement cases when necessary. So I don't know what the commission is interested in, but I'm here to support you and serve you and answer any questions. I do think amending a charter is an important task. It's the constitution of the city. I don't know any of you, but I'm quite certain you were selected because of your wisdom and your knowledge and your background and the trust the city has in you, because changing the city charter is a big deal. You obviously want to be very careful with your changes and make sure that they're well thought out. So with that, I'm happy to pause and answer any questions.
Yes.
If I could ask, being a unicorn, what is the history behind the separation of those powers and making them both elected?
So I do know that I think part of the reason LA has this anomaly where a lot of cities prosecute their own cases is there was a time when this county was growing so quickly, right around the 1920s, that the district attorney said, I will not be handling any misdemeanors. Call me when there's a felony. I'm not getting involved in misdemeanors. So cities like Redondo Beach, and I don't know when your charter amendment came about. Ours was right around, the first election was around 1928, after the city of LA adopted their charter, which allowed for an elected city attorney. Long Beach did the same thing. They put a charter amendment on to create an elected city attorney job that covered both civil and criminal, just like Los Angeles, and it failed. So the voters of Long Beach rejected that charter amendment, and about a year or two later, they came up with another charter amendment that was the same thing but had separate offices, LA and Long Beach, the city attorney and city prosecutor, and that one passed. So it was around 1929, I think, that Long Beach charter was amended to create the two separate offices. So it predates me a little bit. I wasn't there during the election.
I hope not.
And I've tried to research it, and I haven't really found a straight answer. They tried to do it like LA, and it was rejected. Yeah, it was a long time ago. I suspect, number one, Long Beach was a large city, it wanted local control. I think they saw that as beneficial rather than counting on a district attorney who is located in another part of the county. And by the way, the LA district attorney serves 10 million people. I mean, LA County is a very large county. So for a city, even a large city, to get the attention of the district attorney on local issues would be virtually impossible, certainly challenging. So cities develop their own. Why we're separate? I wasn't there and I can't imagine. I think there must have been some argument that there is danger in having all the power in one person. That's all I can think of. And they wanted to separate the two offices and make one elected, make them both elected, but one handling just civil and the other handling criminal.
But there are many charter cities in the county, and none of them have what you have.
Correct.
What is it that you see as being the advantage of that?
Well, a couple advantages. There are times when there is a conflict or the potential for conflict of interest legally. I'll give you a couple examples. The ones that most frequently occur, there could be a use of force involving a police officer. And so a case is presented to the prosecutor's office to prosecute a defendant for resisting arrest. There's also the possibility that that same defendant has filed a lawsuit against the city for that officer's use of force. There's a legal principle that if that defendant is successfully convicted of resisting arrest, he almost certainly does not have a civil lawsuit afterwards because he was found guilty of resisting arrest, and the officer, by definition, used appropriate force to arrest that person. So there could be an argument that on the civil side of the office, they really want that case to be charged and filed and pursued. On the criminal side, I don't know if someone has civilly sued the city, nor do I really care. My sole function is to look at the case to see if the elements of the offense are met, whether it's appropriate and just to file a criminal case. I'm not going to file a criminal case to help the city attorney out. That's his job. He deals with civil liability. I don't. Condemnation is another area where I think it comes up. I might have a code enforcement case against a property owner, and someone on the city might be negotiating with that property owner to buy the property, and that property owner may allege that the city is using criminal prosecution in order to leverage a better price or a lower price or pressure the owner into selling. I don't know what condemnation actions are going on in the city. That's an entirely different office on an entirely different floor, and they don't consult me and I don't consult them on my cases. So that's another time where if it was the same lawyer or the same office handling both cases, you could make an argument that, two lawyers in the same office are scheming together. One is prosecuting, the other is trying to drive down the price, negotiating civilly. Those are two of the ones that jump out. There are probably a whole bunch more, but those are the two.
Just one other thing. You have had city prosecutors that didn't get along with anybody.
You're referring to me?
No, some of your predecessors. I've known some of your predecessors.
Yeah.
And the conflict created difficulty. Who adjudicates?
Well, what do you mean by adjudicates? Is there a lawsuit filed?
No, these two departments that are supposedly working in helping each other.
Yeah.
We're not. How do you resolve the issues between two elected officials that don't agree?
Well, I'm on my third city attorney. When I was elected, I had Bob Shannon as the city attorney. After that, it was Charlie Parkin. Now it's Don McIntosh. So at least in my recent time, in my 13 years, I'm on my fourth term right now, I haven't had, obviously, anytime two people agree on everything, only one of them is doing the thinking. So I have disagreements. I'll call the city attorney and I'll say, I see it differently, and we'll talk it through. I've not had a conflict that would arise to any kind of a serious level. In fact, I raise my voice when I think it's necessary to prevent a conflict. For example, the example I gave you, when a statute is being drafted by the city attorney's office, if I feel they're going in the wrong direction, I'm going to tell them. Now, if they went forward and, submitted an ordinance to the city council that I felt was unconstitutional or unenforceable, that would be different, but I've never had that happen. There was an occasion where my predecessor, who left office, ran against the city attorney. So there was a 6-month period where they had disagreements, on the campaign trail. But even when they were both in office serving together, I can't remember. Maybe there were a couple times there was a dispute over a cannabis ordinance. The city prosecutor didn't want any cannabis ordinance, but the city attorney was told that, the council directed them to draft one. But in recent history, meaning the last, I've got 13 years, he was 12 years. So that last 25 years, there haven't been major disagreements between the two offices. The predecessor before that, so we're going back to the 70s and 80s, the city prosecutor fought with the council.
Yes.
There were council members that wanted to eliminate the office. And that's, 30, 40 years ago. Do you remember, did you know John Vanderlands?
No, this is someone else, actually.
Oh,
Jerry
who?
Shipsky.
Jerry Shipsky. Well, she was on the city council. Yeah, she may have fought with Bob Shannon or Tom Reeves. But historically, the other thing that's, it just happens to be this way. Historically, we've had professional lawyers seek the two offices, city prosecutor and city attorney, or at least win the offices. LA, the city attorney is probably a little more of a politician. The LA city attorney historically has looked for higher office, run for mayor or for district attorney. And that just hasn't happened in Long Beach. So it is a less political.
They're more administrators, the LA city attorney.
Yeah, probably. Maybe more figurehead or, big decision, big picture people as opposed to managing legal offices, probably. I don't know. I didn't work for those offices, so I can't give you firsthand knowledge. Our offices are obviously smaller, so we're more day-to-day hands-on with the legal decisions.
Mr. Morocco?
So I'm going to follow up on something that Mr. Pinsler said. So you mentioned that there was this time where people were trying to get rid of at least the city attorney position. Has there been movement to actually make the city attorney position or your position an appointed person?
I'm not aware of that. And by the way, as I recall, it was the city prosecutor position that the council back in the 80s looked at getting rid of. It was John Vanderlands, who served for 20 years, and he had disputes with the council. There was actually a council member that was prosecuted for drunk in public or something. And that council member was not very happy. And so there was friction between the city council and the city prosecutor. I can't think of a time when the city council wanted to eliminate the city attorney position. I can't remember one. It's possible.
Did they ever try to make it an appointed position that you can
I
recall?
can't remember that either. I don't think so.
Okay, and then are you required to be a resident of the city of Long
I
Beach?
am. I
And
am.
same with the city attorney?
Same with the city attorney. Yep.
And if you can get into some of the numbers, how many staff do you have versus how many the city attorney has? And is there a tension between getting the council's attention to approve positions?
I have not. I've had very good relationships with the different councils that I've served with, so I haven't had problems with resources. I've also gone outside the city and solicited grant funding to make sure my office had the resources it needs. So I haven't had a point where I've had to go to the city council and say, I need more positions. My office has about 16 funded prosecutor positions. So those are attorneys. We have about 22 support staff. The city attorney's office has more attorneys. I think they have about 25 attorneys. They probably have more support staff as well. So that's a bigger department than my department. And I don't know that they've had to go to the city council to ask for more resources either. If they have, it was done, in a non-public way.
Okay. Do you have a city manager as well?
We have a city manager, yes, yeah.
Okay.
We have 9 council members, so each council member represents 1/9 of the city. We have an elected mayor, so he's elected citywide, and we also have an elected city auditor. The city clerk is appointed by the council, but the auditor is elected, as is the mayor, city attorney, and city prosecutor.
Thank you.
Mr. Duiziak?
before you were the prosecutor, you worked for a law firm that did prosecution. What did you do before that?
So my first job out of law school was as a deputy city prosecutor in Long Beach. So right out of law school, I started prosecuting cases under Tom Reeves. After a couple of years, I got hired by the law firm and eventually became a partner at the law firm. But I always lived in Long Beach. So even when I worked at this private firm, my residence was always in Long Beach. So I was always involved. I was appointed to commissions and things. I was on the airport commission. I was on the civil service commission. And then in 2009, the year before my election, there was a very high profile gang murder that happened outside the Wilson High School homecoming football game. It was a sold out game and everyone was, filing out of the stadium, and two gang members crossed paths with two individuals they perceived as gang rivals. One of them took out a gun, shot at least 3 times. We know that because he hit each of the two gang rivals once, and a third bullet missed them and hit a young 16-year-old girl named Melody Ross, who was an honor student. It was the first time her parents had allowed her to go to a football game because it was homecoming. It ended her life, and it really woke a lot of people up. And I never had thought of running for office. I was happy at the law firm I was at. But when I heard that Tom Reeves was not going to run for re-election, I decided to run for city prosecutor. So I've only run for one office in my life, and that is city prosecutor. And I've been elected 4 times.
And your entire career has actually been in Long Beach.
I've always lived in Long Beach.
Well, I meant you started there, you went to the firm that did the prosecution of code enforcement.
Yeah, it was a civil firm. I did more than code enforcement prosecution, but that
For the
firm, I worked in Lawndale, in Palos Verdes Estates, in Palm Springs, in Hesperia, and Irwindale. So the firm had clients all over Southern California. I was no longer doing work in Long Beach. I was living in Long Beach, but doing work in these other remote cities. And that event brought my attention back to Long Beach, so I ran for city prosecutor.
Long Beach has got 450,000 people.
About, yeah.
Okay, so that's what, not 10%, 5% of the county?
About 5% of the county, yes.
Okay, 5% of the county population. You've also got a lot of industry, lost a lot of industry. You've got the port, you've got the airport. If you know, the city attorney, his office handles all that. They have people assigned to all that?
They advise all the departments. So they handle civil lawsuits. If the city gets sued, they handle it. If the city sues someone, they'll handle litigation.
Right.
And then they have advisory, they're responsible for advisory work for the police department, the fire department, the airport.
What I was getting at is that you said they have 25
25,
attorneys? 20, low 20s?
They have about 25 attorneys.
And
yeah.
you have how many?
About 16 prosecutors.
So it's a ratio of 3 to 5.
Something like that.
Okay, so they're broken up into all these other departments, but your people are only doing criminal work.
We do one thing, and that's criminal prosecution. I would add that the city attorney's office also contracts out legal work.
Yeah,
So
of course.
they don't handle everything for the city. I don't even know
They
what
manage it
percent.
all.
They manage outside attorneys, yeah.
So I don't know how many their attorneys are doing other things, but it would be fair to say that some of those people are supervisors out of the 25.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, the city attorney.
Well, I
is
mean, they're
really-
not all doing civil work. They're doing the city work.
They would say, yeah, well, advisory
Well,
work.
I know what they would
probably
say.
tell you they do more work than supervisors.
But then they'd have to listen to what I have to say, so and an argument would go nowhere. So, I mean, I got that part. So, what are you laughing about?
I'm just enjoying somebody else being on the other end of.
Well, I honestly don't know much about the city attorney's office as much as.
Well, I realize that.
my
I
law
wasn't,
degree.
what I was trying to get to is, and how many cases do you guys prosecute a year, roughly?
Well, at one point, we had presented us, we counted, it was between 14 and 15,000 cases a year, but we don't file all of those. We have a very active diversion, we have a number of diversionary programs, so we try to keep cases out of court. Or if two cases come in involving the same defendant, we might file one case, even though there's two incident reports. So and now, and by the way, it's dropped a lot. We probably have about 10,000 presented to us each year now. Of those, I couldn't tell you how many are actually filed in court, because a lot of them are diverted.
Okay. And how many support staff do you have?
About 22.
So roughly, that's okay, so that's a 1-to-4 ratio, not a 1-to-4 ratio, a 4.5 ratio. So I'm trying to figure out what this is all gonna cost us if we go to a 2-lawyer system, two office system. All right, so, and I think that's kind of important for the voters to decide on what they want and what benefit they're gonna get. So that's why, that's the root of where I'm going. If you want to formulate in your lawyer mind, how am I gonna answer his questions? So the question really have to do with the responsibility of the offices, how the work is divvied up, and what that costs in relationship to what we have now. All right, so we basically have a city attorney who manages a pyramid. So you have your own pyramid. I assume there are people in your office that handle, I was to say code enforcement, and then there are others that handle trials.
Pretty much everyone except me handles trials. I'm a little more horizontal,
Okay.
probably, than most organizational charts. There's not one person that handles code enforcement. It's such
So
a
there's
small
not a
problem.
hierarchy in your office?
There is, but it's not as
And that's a
vertical
personal
as you
choice,
think
though.
it is. Yeah, I'm probably, I don't have trials, so I don't do trials. I'm the PIO for the office. I'm the department head. I handle the budget, with my chief of staff, and so I actually thought at one point, where would there be savings if you combine the city attorney and city prosecutor's office? And I don't know that there would be a whole lot of savings in Long Beach. We looked at that. We looked at, would there be savings? Because you still need the same attorneys to handle trials, the same attorneys to oversee the diversion programs, at least from the criminal side. There might be one or two positions out of all of our positions that would be combined.
In your support staff, how many of those people are paralegals?
I have no one currently that's working as a paralegal. I had one, but that position left. So I have, they're called prosecutor assistants.
Okay, well,
And
you call them
file
what you
clerks
want.
and
You
investigators.
That's fine. That's all right, I'm good.
Question back to your time as a contract attorney. We had a gentleman here early on who had been a deputy in San Bernardino while there wasn't, at that time when there wasn't elected, it's now an appointed, and then went off to a firm handling 4 or 5 cities, primarily in San Bernardino County. And the question was the advantage of a firm with a variety of expertises inside of that firm, as opposed to a single person being a purchasing agent, if you want to call it that, for contractors. Is there an advantage, disadvantage? What did you find in your experience at that time?
Yeah, I think the reason there is such a large municipal law industry is because there is an advantage to having a firm with 50 or 40 attorneys that specialize in different things. And the normal model is that the city doesn't employ any attorney. The city attorney is an outside attorney who is with a firm, and that firm has expertise in a lot of different areas. There was one city I saw, Palmdale, which was a little different. They had one in-house city employee, and that city employee was an attorney, and that attorney would farm out work to various firms.
Manhattan Beach had that, and they may still do, I'm not sure, but they did it one
Is that
time.
Jenkins in?
No, Jenkins was Hermosa Beach.
That was Bob Wadden.
Bob Wadden.
And
They changed it.
he was let go over a Brown Act issue involving an investigation with the city manager, and now they've gone to a firm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always thought that for municipal law work, if you were a really small city, for example, one of our clients was Signal Hill. Signal Hill is 2 square miles. It's a very small city. They never could have had expertise in redevelopment.
You're a suburb of them.
What's that?
You're a suburb of them.
Or subgroup of that?
Of Signal Hill. Signal Hill is completely surrounded by Long
It
Beach.
is completely surrounded, yeah, an anomaly of LAFCO.
Yeah.
But Signal Hill never could have afforded to have attorneys on staff that did police work. They have their own police department.
Yes.
To do redevelopment work and bond work. Those are highly specialized. And so they definitely benefited from having a municipal law firm that had experts. You might have only needed 1/10 of a bond attorney. You might have needed, 1/15 of a tort attorney. And so they could buy that expertise by hiring a firm. The larger the city, obviously, the more likely they're going to have that type of talent in-house. Long Beach is a large city, and they still contract out for specialized things. So bond work, I don't think they have a bond lawyer on staff. So if the city of Long Beach is going to issue bonds, they're going to work with a municipal attorney outside of Long Beach.
As you know, we are one of either, how do you count it, 9 with an elected city attorney. And we're the second smallest. Only San Rafael is smaller than we are, not by much. So the question has always been, what is that size that is the sweet spot for it being better to have a firm versus having an individual as an elected? Now, as an individual appointed, as we've seen, that works sometimes and most of the time it doesn't. But where is this is almost impossible, so you may not be able to answer, but the sweet spot of size in terms of where the value comes in.
Yeah. Number one, I wouldn't know that. It sounds like a budgetary and discretionary decision. I would say it may be a little more complicated in San Rafael. You said San Rafael. They don't prosecute their own cases, so a city attorney in a city like this would need more staff because you're handling criminal prosecutions. Long Beach has its own airport. If Long Beach didn't have its airport, it probably wouldn't need as much legal work. If Long Beach didn't have its own fire department and its own police department, it probably wouldn't need as much.
And the port is separate?
The port is staffed by the city attorney's office as well. So the port is an interesting creature. It's created by state law, but the directors of the port are appointed by the mayor. So they would tell you we are not a city department, but they kind of are. They're a creature of state and they're a creature of city. But their attorney is a city attorney, a deputy city attorney. So yeah, so Long Beach is a complicated city. You could take a city, in fact, there are up north, Santa Clarita is a very large city, but I don't think they have any airports, or I think they contract out police work, and so they wouldn't need nearly as much. They probably don't need as much legal work as Redondo Beach does, even though they're probably three times size. Yeah, so that it's easier to contract for that, and somebody else handles the police, tort work. But you lose the benefit of the local control. If you want the DA to do something in Santa Clarita, that's one of their issues. I actually got a call from the Santa Clarita city attorney asking, how do we get our own prosecutor, because they weren't happy with the district attorney at the time.
Actually, right now, this week.
Yeah, it was recently. So there are benefits to local control. But
Is this an issue?
you have to measure that. Yeah.
Is that an issue of this particular district attorney?
I'm not saying-
Because it
Is there a
seems,
question over here?
it seems to have not been an
I've
issue.
got
of-
30 years to listen to him say that, the same thing.
It's an issue of not.
He's a guy-
So I will give you, when it's time, my answer for it. I think it would be very wise
Want my answer?
that he not answer it, given the last County Prosecutors Association meeting was hosted by the DA's office.
He's a
So-
constituent of mine too, by the way.
Yeah.
He lives in Long Beach.
Yeah, I knew that.
But in all seriousness, though, we created our own prosecuting office 100 years ago when there was an issue with feeling that you were getting service. The city obviously didn't feel it's getting service from the district attorney, so they created their own city prosecuting agency. So in a county as large as LA County, it doesn't really matter who the district attorney is. You're not going to get the district attorney's attention on local issues. It's just not going to be possible with 10 million people. San Diego's a large county, and the city of San Diego carved out their own prosecuting office for the same reason.
Mr. Morocco.
So, obviously you have two positions. Are the eligibility rules the same? You have to serve, do you have, your position, it seemed, would need more experience than a regular city attorney. You'd want somebody who actually has prosecutorial experience.
Actually, it actually reads the same way in the charter. I believe it says to be eligible to run for city attorney, you need to have been a lawyer in good standing for 5 years and be a resident of the city. I think it says the same thing for city prosecutor. You have to be a resident of the city and a lawyer for 5 years. So you really don't need any particular, it doesn't say you have to have prosecution experience. It doesn't say that. The voters decide if you have enough experience.
Okay, and our city charter came in 1949. Original came in well after you guys had the double split. And the person who actually drafted the charter was the city attorney, the former city attorney. So I'm trying to reconcile, your model is out there, it's obviously been working, why they chose to go with a single office as opposed to multiple, because we did have a police judge as well as part of our charter at one point. So.
There used to be municipal courts where it was a city court, basically.
I can answer that question. It's before the internet.
Let's wait for a minute.
Well, and I don't know that your system doesn't work. I'm not saying you have to abandon your system, do it hard. I'm just saying for Long Beach, it seems to have worked out well. I think the division has helped Long Beach in that I get to focus exclusively on criminal prosecution. And in today's day, criminal prosecution doesn't simply mean presenting a case in court and pursuing it to conviction. Criminal prosecution means exercising a lot of discretion and creating alternatives to the traditional criminal justice system. So in Long Beach, I spend a lot of time working on gang prevention programs. I spent an awful lot of time. We created the first jobs-based diversion program in the country. If there was one person over both divisions, I don't know that they'd have the time to focus as narrowly on the criminal issues. There's a lot of criminal issues right now too. Bail reform, a lot of changes in state law, Prop 47 realignment. There's been a lot of sentencing reform. So there've been a lot of changes in the law in California.
So you would say one of the advantages of having the separate office is it provides you an opportunity to be innovative in different approaches to dealing with potential criminals?
I feel it has worked that way in Long Beach. Yeah, I feel it has worked that way in Long Beach.
Okay, Mr. Dwozak.
Going back to your staff, do you have a fiscal analyst on your staff of the 22 people? Or do you?
Analyst?
Yeah, an
I
analyst.
wish.
I'm sorry?
I don't. I wish I did.
And who do you rely
I have
on
a
for
chief
that?
of staff who has a master's in public administration, and she's very good with budget. The city,
Lawyer?
of course, has its own budget department, so we work with the budget department to make sure our budget is in line. The city council largely authorizes a budget for my department and then leaves me with a lot of discretion. So if I wanted to hire fewer attorneys and more support staff, or fewer support staff and more attorneys, I have the ability to do that. I don't know how the practice is here, but I have a lot of discretion.
I'm only asking for we don't have the separate. We have one guy that has to do all the work, so. What about grant writer? You have a grant writer?
I've contracted out grant writing, so when I see a grant that I'm interested in, I'll connect with the grant writer, see what the cost would be, and see if it's worth it for me to retain that person. Yeah.
Grant writers are also paid to go find the grants. So you're finding your own grants, and
I've never had a grant
it's kind
writer
of like
come to
putting
me
the
with
cart
a
in front of
grant.
the horse, isn't it?
I've never had a grant writer come to me with a grant. I've always found a grant.
Okay.
And we've had 4 grants from the United States Department of Justice, one from the California Board of State and Criminal Corrections, or Community Corrections, a couple private grants. So I'm usually looking myself.
Were they all related to other departments, or just for, I'll just say criminals? I mean, were they?
I've had grants that involved other departments, and in fact, the one big grant involved the County of Los Angeles and the Sheriff's Department, so it involved multiple agencies, yeah.
Mr. Pinsler?
I have one more question. Being an elected official, you have been given a mandate by the people who voted for you. So has the council. When there is a conflict between those mandates, what happens?
Well, maybe give me an example. And I said earlier, I've not had personal conflicts with the city council. I've never had a city council member call me and say, Doug, I want you to prosecute this person, or I want you to handle the case a certain way. If they did, I would tell them it's inappropriate and I'd hang up. I have a good working relationship. I think they know not to call me on something like that. So I haven't had a conflict like that, if that's what you're speaking of. That probably would happen more frequently if I was their attorney, meaning the city attorney is the attorney for the city council. They might feel that they could call that person and ask them to do something on a particular case. I don't go to the city council meetings except when there's a reason, which is rare. I probably go to 2 city council meetings a year. So I'm not in constant contact with them about city business. So they don't see me as their attorney. I'm the prosecutor for Long Beach. I'm not their city attorney. They know that.
Well, you looked at your colleague, the elected city attorney.
She has to go to the meetings.
But are there pitfalls in the relationship of having been elected versus having been appointed?
Oh, well, it's a very different dynamic. When I was at a firm where we contracted with the city, there was always this potential tension. And I don't know how many council members you have here, but in a city with 5 council members, on any given night,
actually have 6,
if 3
but
of them
that's
don't
another
like
story.
you, they can fire you and hire another firm. So there was always this tension when you're a contract city, I'm sure it's any type of contract with the city that's of an at-will and highly political nature. You run the risk of a council changeover and they eliminate the city attorney's firm and bring in a new firm. And that does happen in some cities. Yeah.
But on the other hand, having been elected and being at loggerheads with the city council could create a problem as well.
I mean, loggerheads between the city attorney and the city council? Absolutely. I can think of one in San Diego. There was an elected city attorney who was very controversial, and the city council did not like that city attorney, and they fought all the time. In fact, I believe the city attorney brought a lawsuit against the council on some issue. That's the only, and 4 years later.
San Bernardino is probably the biggest example.
Is that a bigger one? The one in San Diego was resolved 4 years later when the city attorney was up for re-election.
That's how that works. That's how it's
Mr.
supposed to.
Dewithia,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Morocco, were you done, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Mr. Morocco?
Following up on Bob, your actually wonderful questions that lead to other questions. So you're an elected official, which means you have to do a campaign. So this is a multi-part question. A, have you ever had a contested election? And how do you, as a prosecutor, specifically as a prosecutor, how are you accountable to the electorate in your mind?
So I have had opponents. And by the way, the political environment today is very different than the political environment when I was first elected 13 years ago. The political environment today is highly charged, especially around criminal justice. I don't think there's any prosecutor that would expect not to have opponents today just because of the contentious nature of the issues. So when you run for re-election, you have to run on your record. So when you are the incumbent, you have to show what you've done during your last term of office, and you have to make sure that that resonates with voters. It's not easy to do for city attorney or city prosecutor in Long Beach. They're relatively low profile positions. We have professional attorneys doing their job, day in and day out. We don't hold press conferences and send out mailers during except at election time, we have to do mailers. So I would say they're very low profile political contests. But you still have to go to the voters and explain what you have done for them to choose you. And that's true of any race. It's not like a mayoral or city council race in Long Beach. It is a lower profile race. So there's less money, there's not as much mail, there's not as much tension. And in Long Beach, it's worked where we've just traditionally elected professional attorneys. We had a council member run for city attorney. He didn't really have experience and he lost. And so in the past, when there was a person that didn't really have the background, that person didn't, usually win if the person didn't have a history or a background in that area.
Okay.
But it could have gone the other way. If someone was a really good politician, they could always win. Sure.
How long are your terms?
4-year terms.
4 years.
Yeah.
You've had, have people have similar background, have people have similar backgrounds to you when they run, or more towards more?
Yeah, no, I had a deputy district attorney run against me and a public defender run against me in the last election. That's probably going to happen every election going forward. You're just going to have people who want to run for office, and the issues are contentious. They really are. They really are. I mean, we're going to see it next year with the district attorney's race. It's going to be a very volatile, high-profile, contentious, hard-fought, acrimonious campaign. You watch. My prediction.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I'll follow up with a couple things if I may. First of all, thank you for coming tonight. Much
course.
appreciated. What's the annual budget of your office?
About 5.5 million.
And is that fully burden cost of labor, or is that?
No, but it's
that be-
mostly labor. We have
Is
to
that
pay the
burden
city.
labor or not?
Most of it's labor, but we have to pay, we don't pay the city for rent, but we have to pay the city for computers. So the city will buy computers.
How about retirement?
Charges. Yes, oh yeah, that comes out of my budget for everybody.
That's within that number?
Yes.
So the
We
5.5
participate in
million?
PERS, so we pay into PERS too, yeah.
And then earlier, I heard about, I don't know if you were saying outside counsel for the city attorney or your office. Does your office use outside counsel?
We've never used outside counsel, no.
So the 5.5 million is in-house
Correct.
with you?
Correct.
Okay, and then you had alluded that the number of prosecutions per year is roughly around 10,000 now?
Around 10,000
There was a
are
peak
presented for
before,
prosecution, yeah.
and you said, but that's not all prosecuted, that's what's filed. Do you have a
Correct.
percent?
No, I'm sorry. About 10,000 is what's presented to us.
Presented.
Not all those cases go to court. So the number that's filed would be less than that.
Okay, do you have any idea what that ratio might
It's
be?
probably about 80%, 70 to 80%.
About 80%?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in that number, is that new cases in a year, or are that cases that may have been carried over from a
No,
prior year?
those are new cases.
New cases, very good.
Yes. And that's a good point. Some cases take 2 years to resolve.
Yeah, but you wouldn't double count that
No.
in a year? Okay.
I'm talking about new cases presented to us, yeah.
I just wanted to, yeah, that's why I wanted to clarify that. And then do a number of those, I don't know the right terms, plead out or settle, go away easier than others?
Absolutely.
The vast majority, or? Maybe an easier one is how many actually go to trial?
In a high year, we've probably had 60 cases go to trial. In a low year, 15 to 20. COVID was probably one of the lowest years.
Okay, so that number is thankfully pretty low. Much of your work is in pretrial settlement.
If every case went to trial, we would never have, no matter how much you put into it, we never have enough resources. Yeah. And that's true of misdemeanors. Generally, misdemeanors settle.
And that's really the bulk of your work then is
All I do is misdemeanors. We don't do any felonies.
is settling though,
Yeah.
what it ends up being. Okay, very good.
Or diverting, which is settlement without filing.
Okay. Would your office be called upon to prosecute your own city attorney?
Sure, if he violated the law or she violated the law, absolutely. I wouldn't hesitate.
You what?
I wouldn't hesitate. That's my job.
Very good. And you said you've run 4 times, you said?
I've run 4 times. I ran in 2010, 14, 18, and 22.
Okay. Clearly you're successful in all those, apparently.
So far, yes.
Very well poised.
No election challenges yet.
In any of those, were you unopposed?
One election I was unopposed.
One time. Okay. And typically, of the other ones, do you remember how many ran in total? You
I
said the
had
most
one
recent was
opponent-
2?
Well, so that's 4. I had 1 in the first one. I had 1 in the second one. I had no opponent in the third one. And I had 2 opponents in the fourth one.
1102. Okay. Very good. Appreciate that. That's really all I had. I appreciate your time. Mr. Morocco, follow up?
Yeah, I know it's all misdemeanors, so I doubt that, I think I know what the answer is going to be. But do you ever have appellate matters that come up, or you ever get reversed, and who handles that out of your office?
Yeah, good question. We handle the appeals. So for misdemeanors that get appealed, they get appealed not to the Court of Appeal, but first they go to the appellate division of the LA County Superior Court. And so it's a local appeal. And so we handle the appeal as well. So we handle that too. Yeah. Whether we initiate the appeal or whether a person convicted initiates the appeal, we handle all that.
Okay.
Anyone else? I believe we thank you for your time, sir.
Hey, you're very, very welcome. And if you have any follow-up questions, let me know and I'm happy to help you any way I can.
Thanks
all
for
right?
coming up here.
And good luck. I know this is tough work. So
Thank you.
Okay.
Tough and opinionated.
Any follow-up discussion or commentary on that now that he is leaving the building?
I think it sounds great. I don't, you know, the way it works, and I wonder how it would work in our city, as far as that goes. So I'm willing to hear more from this group as well as our city attorney, because it sounds like it's the best of all worlds.
Well, this is a policy matter, so it's in our domain.
Yes, I know, but getting input.
Well, just correct, it is talking about this portion of it. The decision of whether or not to put it, to recommend to the ballot is clearly policy. But this is the administration of justice and how it works. So it's entirely up to you.
I'm just looking for feedback and as much input as I can so I can make an informed decision if it does come up to a vote for this group.
Well, what I will do is for the next meeting, I'll put together a sample, of what it could look like here in terms of budget. It won't be me that's implementing
You
it.
said budget, right?
Yeah, like if I were doing
I'm
it.
more interested in what it's gonna cost to
Same here.
do it this way.
Yeah, like I said, when we first talked about it, I think before your first set of recommendations, I was ambivalent about it. And I gave a presentation last month when neither you or committee member Pinsler were here. Take a look at that PowerPoint. And so I can address that next month because I know you've got tons of things on. I've now come around to, I think both sides of the office are busy enough and the demands are separate. Now, budget is a cost, and so I'll give you that. But it's certainly a policy call with what you recommend to do with the administration of justice. And to answer Bob's question, if I may, Mr. Chair, some of it is the current DA. So I'm fine saying that, but a lot of it isn't. It's Prop 47, it's Prop 64, it's a lot of initiatives that the voters passed that made things that were always felonies now misdemeanors. What the DA gets involved in is there is something called wobblers, which can be either as felonies or misdemeanors. And this DA, wobblers. But LA County was always big, and so the vast majority of wobblers were prosecuted as misdemeanors. In Orange County, many more were prosecuted as felonies, and that's increased on steroids under the current DA. And so.
Not to be my honorary self, but who authored Prop 47?
Let's keep it to this discussion.
Well, you brought it up. He brought it up.
That's
He
part
brought
of
it
the
up.
issue. Yeah, let's-
Okay, so.
But just
and
in answering the
context with Mr. Pinsler's question. So I think it's related.
It is related. I think it's worth asking.
Yeah, and that was, I'll look, that was the Safe Streets Act. If you go on Wikipedia, you'll see I was one of the people that recommended against it because it's led to anything but safe streets. And that's one of the things that's led
That
to.
wasn't my question.
Okay.
Who wrote it?
I'll have that answer.
Yeah, he wouldn't
And
have
I'll
been,
have,
Him and Mike Romero and the guy that was the.
when he was in San Francisco, he
Yeah, he
wrote
was in
that.
San Francisco, that's correct. He campaigned on it, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So we're really talking about the same person.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go.
Okay, anything else on that speaker? Then I will take us back to where we left off last time. We were discussing a couple of potential changes. It started in the July meeting, I believe, and I put together a little more information. Mr. Pinsler had talked about and put a document together on the city attorneys of the non-charter cities. And I've gone back and looked at the charter cities with elected city attorneys and how non-elected, you looked at non-elected. I went back and looked at the elected, so I'd like to pass out a summary of that, and also in here is a proposed change based upon what we had put together in the discussions in July and in July and August, I believe. So,
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Okay, pass those down, 3 there.
Can I ask a question before we get to that?
Yes.
This PowerPoint presentation that's in our materials, that's something you prepared.
Yeah, Eleanor gets one too.
Right, I just want to.
So one of the things we had talked about last night was the language that's in the current charter with respect to what is currently paragraph B, and where it currently says the city council, at the request of the city attorney, may employ other attorneys to assist in any litigation or other matter of interest to the city. We had talked about potentially striking the language or modifying that language, and Mr. Colantuno made the suggestion to simply strike the language of at the request of the city attorney. So I have put together in here 2 versions of that, one of which is simply adds to the version that we had presented in the past and voted on that went to city council, to add this as an additional amendment to what was presented before, that mainly Mr. Pinsler put together. And then I also provide a version that is simply our existing section 11.2, but has that same strike through. It's a different, I propose it as an alternate to the complete changeover from the elected to the appointed. And the second option that I'd like to present to city council would be if the city council is more of a mind to keep the elected, to go ahead and make the change of that language and strike the words at the request of the city attorney, because our discussions it would be applicable to either situation. So that's what I'm proposing in those first couple of pages. And then beyond that, you'll see a summary of other cities that have a charter, that have an elected city attorney, and how they treat this similar language. That language is unique to Redondo Beach. Most cases, I think, Bob, when you did your summary, you found that the key language, but the city council shall have control of all legal business and proceedings and may employ other attorneys to take charge of any litigation or matter or to assist the city attorney therein, was the very common language you summarized. This goes along, what I'm proposing is not completely that, but it is in that direction. And I've delineated several reasons of why that might be appropriate, that when we talked about how the city attorney under the current language is the exclusive gatekeeper, I guess is the term I used, that city council can refuse a suggestion. However, they can make no selections upon their own, which is extremely, extremely unusual. Most city charters make it explicitly the choice of the city council. So that's what I proposed in those first 2, and there's backup information for that, how the different, again, the different cities with the city charter that have it elected, how they handle that same language. And then, there's even beyond that first summary of those, how they deal with it, there's further backup of what sections of their charter with certain portions highlighted as to how each of those cities handles that. It's just for reference. I wanted to get this in, not to really discuss it tonight, but to have it available to you to come back with at the next meeting. I couldn't get it together. I've been really spending all my time with the city clerk language, which we'll be coming to, but late today I was able to pull this together. So those are a couple of things for consideration, mainly the look at other charter cities that do have an elected and a summary thereof of those. Those full charters are all available online. That's where I found them if anybody wants to look further. And that's what I wanted to just put out tonight.
Okay, so if I could ask, part of this is, no matter what happens with city attorney, elected, appointed, there are things that you want to change no matter which.
There's one thing that, this is the one thing that I would propose, as we've discussed, we found appropriate in all cases, not just one or the other.
Right.
So like, as I said, if city council was not of the mind to move forward, this would be an alternate for them to consider. Yes, Ms. Rock.
So you have Los Angeles, and is this correct that it can only be done with written approval or consent of the city attorney? And if so, that's seems to be more exclusive than at the request of the city attorney, because it still gives the council the ability to at least decide yes or no when the city attorney makes that request.
I believe if you look at the further languages in there, the city of Los Angeles, it was the council can select, but it does require the consent of the city attorney. So it wasn't a unilateral in either direction. It was similar but different from the Redondo Beach model.
Okay, so it's still more restrictive, though, it sounds like.
I don't know if I'd call it more restrictive. I'd have to look back at the full language for
Section 725, I
Angeles.
think you're on that page.
Yeah, and Los Angeles was interesting because there was a lot of other details within this that the written consent upon recommendation of a board enumerated. So there were several boards that are allowed to put forth.
If I could, Los Angeles is the least likely alternative we should be looking at as being a sample, because they have boards that are completely separate
Yes.
from the city, but come under the purview of various parts of the council, and not the city attorney. Others have the attorney and not the city council, because for example, the harbor is separate, if I remember correctly. So Los Angeles is hard to compare to, particularly because of its size as well. It is really difficult to compare. I think the things we should be looking at are, first of all, cities of similar size, which you've got San Rafael, you've got Chula Vista, you've got some of the others that are similar in size to us. But even it was interesting dealing with Long Beach. The nature of it occurred 100 years ago. Why this thing got created, and it only works, it seems, for them. Nobody else does it anywhere in the state, I think. So
I don't think it's as simple as that.
it's not that simple.
More of a uniform.
Yeah.
It isn't that simple.
Why it works. I mean, why it works for them and nobody else is doing it. It's just not that simple.
It's not that simple.
Right?
I know.
Mostly it's because everybody else is lazy. They weren't lazy back in that, they were in a dispute evidently
Right.
in 28, so disputes give things energy and energy creates things. So,
And also at that time was the period of change in the way that California, for example, the initiative process came out of that.
Yeah, that was in the teens.
Second on 13.
That was in the
when Hiram-
teens.
It all came out of that area. Plus-
Hiram Johnson.
Yeah,
1913.
so it was a time of change that was occurring, and it's hard to relate to that 100 years ago. I think comparing to Los Angeles is really hard. That's all I was saying.
But I think the question really is what works
What worked?
for us.
It is.
And you talk about San Rafael and Chula Vista, they may be of similar size, but not of similar circumstance and geography. Well, San Rafael maybe gets close, but not.
Yeah, and just to be clear, what I presented here, I wanted to address all of the charter cities that had an elected, just
I understand.
for broad
And I
range,
appreciate that.
and not exclude any particular, but I would agree with Mr. Boone. Yeah, Los Angeles it's a tough comparison. You would find San Francisco even more,
Well, they're a city and county, which is a whole different story.
Different demographic.
it's a completely different area, but it's still in here for reference.
Yeah, it's good to have the reference.
They have elected district attorney and the city attorney in the same city, which is, again, kind of crazy.
Yeah, and really what I found is this supported your findings with the charters that did not have an elected but had an appointment. And the language in that case was very clear to allow, the city council basically is the controller of retaining outside counsel. And in our case is the only one that is worded such that the city attorney is the exclusive gatekeeper. Nothing can go in that doesn't go through the city attorney. So, and that was, as we discussed it with Mr. Conter, I went back and watched the video. We had a great discussion
I'm
on
not
it.
sure why checks and balances are a bad thing.
This is a check and balance.
Oh, you could label both of them as checks and balances, but I don't get why having the legal guy do the recommendation when the council, even if they are lawyers, are not sitting as lawyers.
I've looked at 3 situations, proposed those as examples of why that might be. They're in here. In this case, the city attorney could be, and none of this is to the current sitting city attorney, keep that in mind. As we've looked through with the city clerk, we've looked to the future. What could happen in the future? So if we had a city attorney that was, say, politically opposed to the city council as in unanimous, maybe, the city attorney could still only recommend outside counsel that would be leaning in the direction of his views or their views.
It's happened before in the city.
And the city council would have no recourse for that other than just simply refuse, but they end up with nothing then. And this gives that opportunity for council to say, look, we're of a mindset, even if it could be unanimous, could be 4-1, it may be 3-1, don't know, but in the majority, how we run our city by a majority council. And in that situation, it would allow the council an alternative. It wouldn't mean that the council would always be doing it, but it allows that alternative. The second case is that the current language in some ways gives a city attorney the ability to influence policy, not to make policy, but to make it. And it's an unchecked ability to influence policy in both process and outcome. A single elected official should not be allowed to wield such an unchecked authority. This is a check and balance in removing this, I believe. It allows the city council, not that it's always going to be utilized, but in need. And the last one that came up, and I asked the gentleman this evening, would he be called upon to prosecute the city attorney? He said, absolutely. And if we were ever to get to that situation, we would absolutely want counsel that was completely independent of the city attorney. However, there is no path for that currently.
Well, he's independent. He's different. You're two different.
And that's what I'm saying. In that case, there is that independent path that is available. We do not have that independent path. The city council could not select outside counsel to investigate or prosecute something with their own city attorney. Only the city attorney could make that selection, and that's a conflict of interest.
I kind of disagree.
Okay.
If I had a problem with our city attorney, and whether it's as a citizen or as a council member, there are outside state agencies I can go to to investigate the city attorney and his actions. I don't need to go to outside counsel. I don't need his permission to go out and hire an attorney. I just go out and confer with county agencies, state agencies that specifically are there to address those kind of issues. I kind of think that's a bit of a red herring myself. Am I wrong? Are there not state agencies that would, if asked to investigate city attorneys and prospective malfeasance?
So if criminal action, which was your question, the DA's office would take over prosecution. And when we were talking through the campaign finance regulations, you may recall that I advised the city council would be better to, if they're going to maintain their ordinance and select someone to investigate, that leave the city attorney position out of it so that the FPPC could investigate. And again, the DA could handle the prosecution of that criminal action. So you are correct.
I presume there's also the state bar. If there was some issue, if the council had an issue with your actions, professionalism or whatever, I imagine they can make a complaint to the state bar, and the state bar has an investigative decision, investigative arm.
They do.
So I think it's a total red herring to sit there and throw that out as a reason to change the charter and give council carte blanche to hire outside attorney whenever they feel like it. There might be other legitimate reasons, but I don't think that's one of them.
If I may.
Yes, Mr. Morocco.
So I'm already on record saying I think it still should be an elected position, but what you've presented with the strikeout on the second page of your materials is actually something that I think we can even get on the ballot for the next election. It doesn't impact anything of the duties of the city attorney, but you can find out if the public's willing to have the council do that as a charter proposal. It's a simple charter proposal, or you can have, the city attorney continue on in his process. I think that's a fair question to put to the vote. And then, again, dealing with the actual, whether it's appointed or elected, is something that's going to be on a different timetable. But I think we can get that specifically onto the ballot.
I agree with that from everything we found. That was my intent with doing this, was to present an alternative that wasn't in the complete, not in the direction of completely switching from an elected to an appointed, but to consider this aspect of the current and not make the change from elected to appointed, but to consider this aspect as something that could be presented to the people, as you say.
And Bob can have this as his first step. But I think at least it'll educate the electorate as well as to there's a ongoing discussion about whether we should have an appointed or elected, but just focus on this one little component of it.
Mr. DeWitz,
The issue of the council being able to hire lawyers, what happens in a scenario where a council person does something, whatever, you can use your imagination, and then they want to be represented by the city to defend them.
You remember?
I do.
This has happened.
I do. And the council then, because the collegial votes to hire this outside attorney, outside the advice of the city attorney. So the city attorney advises against it. They vote, well, we're just going to hire this person at whatever the going rate is. And how does the, I'll say the citizenry benefit from that system?
that could have multiple answers. It could be.
Well, then give me two.
Okay.
Yeah,
That may result in exactly the best legal representation that needed to happen.
Well, why would they get legal representation for an act that is not a part of their duties? So they do something, whatever, let's just say drunk driving. And they want to be defended because they were coming from a city function. How does that work?
If I could, I think you've hit right on the conflict. Is that
I intended to
aside
hit
from
right on the conflict.
Aside from the public, which
Get an A
is,
for marksmanship.
which is the level of structure in the city that is in charge, if you want to put it that way? You have elected department heads. You have an elected city council, which is responsible for the policy management of the city. Are they at equal levels, or is there a level at which the council is, if you want to call it, superior to the elected department heads? This is part of where the conflict lies.
In what respect, Superior?
Well, you raised the issue of a council hiring their own attorney.
Outside the recommendation of the, again, staying with my, because I have a couple more, I can, if you want,
Yeah, I mean-
if you want other scenarios, I'll give you some more. But a council member is, I'll just say, charged with any crime you want, moral turpitude. Oh, he's there. I enjoyed those reading, by the way. It took me a long time to get through that shit. But anyway, you have this person, they want to be represented because they have a reason. They have a reason why they're being charged. And so they go and, like I said, because of collegialism, they all get together and they say, well, sure, we're going to represent you because we're not spending our money. We're spending the taxpayers' money. How does the taxpayers or the citizenry, or how does that benefit them?
Well, in our case, it was a little bit different because it was two department heads going at each other. That's a whole different story. And then the council, which is kind of caught in the middle of this, said, we can't rely upon the city attorney.
Let's stay with the theoretical
No, but-
as opposed to
but
as opposed to
theoretical
the one
of a council member.
that we know about, okay?
You do create a conflict between the city attorney, who has a responsibility, and a council, which has its responsibility.
Well,
And that was the question that I was asking, is there a, if you want to, maybe it's the wrong word, but a superiority of one versus the other to
no,
the public?
I think everybody has a job to do, and they do their job. The council is in charge of money and policy. That's plain and simple,
Well,
right?
in our case, but as we've noted here, in several cases, the council is also in charge of the hiring and
I'm
retention.
not interested in what other people do. I'm interested in getting to the benefit for our citizens and our town, as opposed to,
How would it be any different?
what is the city council in LA has what, 5 indicted members, right, at this point? Why would we compare ourselves
Look, if
to
you haven't
some?
been to jail, you haven't really
Yeah,
been a
right,
council member.
exactly. Okay.
But Joe's hypothetical actually addresses the problem of an appointed versus elected city official. Because if the city attorney says, no, we're not going to hire somebody. If you have an appointed, you still need the same 3-2 votes. They can remove that person, or they don't even have to consult the person. They can say, we're going to hire somebody else. So
You're speaking to the choir.
I understand, but but your hypothetical illustrates the problem with an appointed city attorney, because it's at the whim of the 3 people on the
I got
council.
it. I understand that. And hypothetically, how does the citizenry benefit? That's all I want to know, either financially or even policy-wise for such, I'll call them shenanigans.
How do they benefit under the current model?
I'm
Well,
sorry?
the city attorney still has a fiduciary responsibility to the electorate under the current model. Under the appointed model, the city attorney has a duty to the city, but doesn't have a duty to the citizenry or the electorate of the city. And that's the point you're also highlighting from your example over there. Because it is a pretty straightforward
On the
tort.
other side of the argument is that there are 424 cities in this California that do not have an elected city attorney, and this doesn't happen.
Well, we don't know that hasn't happened. Wait a minit. That's not.
Yeah, actually, I do know what's happened.
Oh, okay, there you go. So you got right alongside.
Commonly, no, it's, anything can
Yeah, I
happen.
think it happened.
No, my sister-in-law was former city manager of the city of Compton. I've had long discussions with her about appointed versus elected city officials, specifically the city attorney. And her viewpoint I kind of take as golden. And she said it happened more than once in the city of Compton, where when they didn't like the opinion of the appointed city attorney, out they went and in comes somebody
It
else.
has an elected.
Elected city attorney. Compton has an elected city attorney.
Well, at one point, I could swear she was talking about appointing. Now, maybe she was talking hypothetical, but I wasn't the
Again,
conversation that I recall.
the question is, how is this good for the city? And
That's a different question than you asked before. The city, again, is this corporate structure. This electorate is a completely different thing. So how is it good for the city? It really depends on, for the
Point of view.
the drunk driver part, where it's coming from a city function and they were serving alcohol. The city's gonna have some liability on it, most likely. It's been a long time since I've done tort stuff, but it seems like a pretty straightforward tort kind of situation. So it is protecting the city ultimately, but
Just as an aside, I watched I've taken an interest in the Ojai City Council. And, anybody's interested.
I feel partly responsible for that.
Well, I was already aware.
Mr. DeWitt, we have quite a bit of material to
I
cover this
understand that,
evening.
but
I think an Ojai story could
They
wait.
passed an elephant's human rights ordinance today.
Good for them.
yesterday, Okay?
Good for them.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many elephants they have in town, but when I was watching it, the city attorney was questioned by some people from the public. And it's a man by the name of Summers, Matt Summers. And well, he works for some firm. He specifically said, I work for the city council, I don't work for you, talking to the citizen now, and, I take my marching orders from them.
And who does the city council work for?
Again, you have to get a little more interested in the city of Ojai, because I'm not sure who they work for.
All right.
I've got stories from Berkeley if you want to talk about that.
Let's just bring this back to reality here.
That is reality.
Yeah.
you're patient.
That was
Let's
this
do
week.
that now. Is there a public comment?
Let's hope so.
Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to speak?
Not on this matter.
Good choice.
So really, this was presented as an alternative to consider. I'm not looking for a decision tonight. And some of the background information supplementing what Mr. Kinsler had done, where he had looked at the appointed city charters. This was the final look at the elected city charters for reference. The other thing we'll need to come back to is we had been discussing the language that was presented by Mr. Colantuno, and we didn't resolve anything there. So at some point, we need to bring this back together. Do we stand upon the recommendation that was made prior, which was somewhat of a different committee, the 6-1 vote that we forwarded to the city council to put it as the switch from elected to appointed? Would we also
Question to the public.
and as a question to the public, would we propose to the council an alternative, as I proposed, to simply strike the one bit of language, which, as Mr. Morocco has pointed out, is correct, that this could go on any ballot, yep, go on the March ballot, no problem. And so just food for thought. Like I said, I apologize for not getting it to be able to in the packet, but I have really been focused on city clerk, which we'll be moving to next.
The March ballot, are you talking about a referendum then? Or are you talking about?
Charter amendment.
Charter
It
amendment.
could be a charter amendment.
Okay.
I think we still have time.
I thought I heard educating the public or something other.
Well, charter amendment, through that, you do educate the public.
So
No, I don't.
Ms. Morocco.
we're coming back to all these things, and I'm glad today we didn't spend all the time rehashing things we've talked about before, but it may be at the point where we just do a Saturday meeting and just have one issue in front of us and just get that all banged out and ready to go to the council, rather than spending an hour and a half here or 2 hours by the time we're done with this and deal with that. So I'm throwing that out as a proposal when we start thinking about extra meetings, if we want to do something like that.
Yeah, it takes a concerted effort to really land the plane on one of these topics. It really does. So I appreciate that. So I don't have anything further. I just want to remind that we still have in the packet already is the language that had been forwarded by Mr. Colantuno, and for consideration, and how do we integrate that into something that we move forward with in the end. So that's all I have on this.
At the next meeting, we should formalize this to talk about it as a.
And really try to bring it together. Yep. So any other comment? All right, I think we can move on then to item I2.
That was very helpful, Mike, that for him to be here. And then, because it is a
I got one
different-
question for Eleanor. If we don't have we have our November 30th meeting, and we don't have one in December, we've got to get this approved in that November 30th meeting, right? Because you need, I thought I heard you say
Gotta be October.
December the 6th or something. was the
October meeting, we
deadline.
have to get it done.
So for on a March election, you would have to have it approved by council the first week of December.
So,
It's
yeah,
got to be the October meeting.
so, yeah,
The next meeting, we
all right,
will.
all right, okay. I'm
Always
just
good to have
making
it.
everybody aware of that.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to
Gonna
present
buckle
that.
down here.
We may be in a position to present a couple of options. We may be in a position not to present anything. That'd be acceptable.
I just want to,
Okay.
It's always good to have a deadline.
And that's why I asked for one for city council, from city council, they didn't have one prior. All right, I2, discussion. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, motion to continue to, at this point, the next regular meeting.
I move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And none opposed? Okay, passed.
Public comment.
We did have public comment. Thank you for the reminder. I2, discussion with possible action regarding Article 11, Section 11, City Clerk, Article 20, Section 20.1, approval of demands. Mr. Pinsler, your name is on this.
I know, but I defer this to you because you did the,
I will take
yeoman's
that.
work on this.
And that's what I was going to ask. I appreciate that. So in the blue folder is a couple of different versions. I would say the version that has the front page with the blackout at the top, you can basically, at this point, disregard, because that is an older version. It was included because I had already asked that it be included in the agenda. And since that was done, we've moved on further. So the other packet for I2, which has the front page of a blue folder item, this is language that we have worked on. I have met with the city clerk multiple times, had met with the city manager. The city manager and the city clerk have met together to go over this. And we believe that we have landed on language that accomplishes a couple of things. The key one, it resolves the discrepancies between practice and charter that are currently occurring. It is clear that we are in various ways not following the charter at this point. We need to resolve that. We needed to resolve what has been a long contentious issue at different times. Mr. Pinsler, you have a long history with this, and I appreciate that. So what we have done, I'll walk through this from the top. We have added the paragraph that the city clerk shall be full-time. She already is, or he or she, they. There's no doubt about that. And this has been part of past ballot measures, but it just simply didn't pass because there were other things in the ballot measure that didn't. So we thought it appropriate to include that at this point. And then moving down to paragraph D, came to light that depositions really aren't taken by the city clerk. And this is old language that carries over from what I call the 408s of government code. Originally I'd put depositions as needed, and city clerk and city manager actually got together and decided that testimony was the appropriate thing to have in there, that the city clerk does do, and still make it as needed. It may not always be the city clerk doing it. Then with paragraph E, just to clarify, it used to be provide all elected officials, and we didn't have in there that it was running the elections, but, and you don't, at times you don't necessarily run the elections, but you always oversee them, is that correct?
Correct. So
And that
that's
is
what
a
the county-
critical role
Right.
for your office. So we wanted to clarify, provide the language that states what is done. And the final thing in there, we see a strike where there was
I
a,
got one thing about E.
yep,
We've had discussions about qualifications and eligibility for offices. Would this not be an appropriate place where the clerk would verify that people have the,
I appreciate that. I don't think we could do it effectively, just simply to say verify, because then what does verify? It's kind of like resident.
well, I
What does
mean,
that mean?
that verify somebody's residence, that they're an electorate, I mean, elector in the county, and whatever
Which
else.
is done. Yeah. I
I'm
would say
saying,
that was,
wouldn't it be the place to put that?
it would, if we wanted to add that level of detail, I would say that oversee all city elections encompasses that.
When we had the discussion on eligibility, nobody thought that.
So I'll bring this up later. The cases that were sent to us for the moral turpitude actually kind of go into your question, because in those cases, the city clerk refused to accept the filing, and that led to the action happening. So in regards to your answer, it doesn't necessarily need to be there, because there is case precedent that deals with that situation, that she has the authority. She does have generally the authority and the discretion to refuse a filing or not accept a filing. I don't think there's a state law that says you have to accept everything that's presented to you.
Correct. That's on the election code, correct?
So I don't think it's necessary on E to have that.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like you could have any length of time that you want, as long as it's 30 days. So,
What does that mean?
That's from the two cases.
some cities had 2 years, some cies had a year and a half. for
Yeah.
president, But they said, no, you can't do that. It's got to be 30 days.
Who said that?
In those cases.
That's in the first case.
I read the one that we got at home, I got at
Both
home.
cases, I think it said 30, beyond 30 days is.
But that's a
punitive.
73 case, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
the
then,
second
and
case
then it
said a
goes
year and a
on,
half.
then it goes on for people to have 1 year and 2 year and more
Okay,
than.
let's go back to this discussion if we could. We're-
My question really is, would this not be the appropriate place if we want to verify people's?
I think it would be the appropriate place.
Okay,
I don't think it's
so we don't want
a
to,
detail that is charter, what I call charter level.
okay. And in the vein of, there are other charters with that in it, there are other charters with that in it, so.
Okay. And then there was, somehow we missed a himself.
Yes.
So that, I looked at themselves, but that got ambiguous as to whether it was the elected officials or, so I just repeated the city clerk, which we have done in other areas such as mayor. It's just the cleanest language. But that is just simply a trailer of gender neutrality right there. F is the main one. And this has been the main part of our discussion. And if any of you had a chance to read the 11-page summary that I had put together on the past history of city clerk ballot measures, F has always been the crux of things. What we have done here, and it was those enumerated 1 through 6, of which multiple ones are truly not being followed at this time. What we've done is we have rolled the applicable parts of those that are in play yet into the verbiage of just the native paragraph F and taken away the numerations below. So rather than have charge of the administration of the financial affairs of the city, that has been the big contentious one because it's very complicated. It says that it's under the direction of the city manager. We want to get rid of all that. The city clerk, the city manager have gotten together and came to the language that what's appropriate is to have an elected official reviewing, and this is mainly on the disbursement side that the city clerk deals with, not the revenue side or intake side, which is more the city treasurer. So, but we didn't want to lose that ability of that check and balance. I think it's one of the things that really got pushed against in the past and caused the past measures to fail. And the city clerk at this time is honestly just not willing to give up that authority. And I actually support that, having met with you several times and learned how things go. The city manager is in support of it as well. So it's moved to, rather than have charge of the administration of, is to review the financial affairs of the city and clarifying which are under the direction of the city manager. Rather than the city clerk being under the city manager, it's softens that language, makes it more appropriate that city clerk is reviewing independently, but this is,
Discretion.
it's what?
At their discretion.
At their discretion as well, and this is something we talked about. So the clarification that the financial affairs of the city, which are under the direction of the city manager. So it's clear now, those things are under the city manager and the finance department, however it's working now. And then in connection with therewith, have access to the city's financial system, and that is construed as complete access. So you can read data, you can run reports as you need. That language was agreed to. And at the city clerk's discretion, where it was more of a mandate before, review and approve city expenditures prior to payment to identify any irregular transactions. It is the city clerk's discretion of what to do here, how much you do, what particular things you look at. Everyone felt that that was appropriate, gives you full leeway. And then one of the things we had talked about was that potential of the city clerk to shut down the city. That situation where it could happen. So the next paragraph goes to that. It says, any identified irregularities or approvals contested by the city clerk shall first be resolved in conjunction with the city manager or their designee. So the first step is work it out.
Right.
Any unresolved at that point, after that, any unresolved irregularities or contested approvals shall be presented to the city council for final disposition within 45 days of when the information in question was first made available to the city clerk. This is the alternate gate to get things moving in the city. If there is, potentially there could be a nefarious situation. It could be an oddball situation. They simply don't agree. In the end, it's up to city council as the ultimate authority in the charter to resolve it. We had originally proposed 30 days in there. Actually, the city manager suggested 45, mainly as it's more functional. It could take a couple weeks to get it on a city council agenda. So I wanted to give some time, but it keeps it moving. And in the reality, those situations should be rare. So it just allows them to be resolved. Again, this language was, and Eleanor, are you still accepting of and feeling like this really covers it? That is a key thing, because one of the things I talked about in going through the research that in the past, the city clerk has always opposed the ballot measures. That is a recipe for failure. And we just simply have to acknowledge that. I always told Eleanor, city clerk, very explicitly, we have to have your support on this. If not your support, not your opposition. It just wasn't going to work. So that was the intent with paragraph F. The paragraph F stays, but it is changed to conform with how things are being done today with a separate finance department. Because in the original charter, 1949, city clerk was the financial person of the city. That has evolved over the years and been very controversial. This clears that up, would put the charter language no longer in violation without question. So that's good with that.
Here's a question.
Yes.
Is there a better term than oversight? I read this several times, and I'm not sure that I understand what oversight in this.
In which
I
paragraph?
think he's reading
Yes.
the wrong one.
You're looking at the wrong version.
This one, with the blue stuff. So you would have gotten a second packet on your desk. when we came in.
Shit.
And we agreed that it's an excellent point, Mr. Woodham. Oversight did not seem like the good term.
The other one. The other packet was side two.
Which packet are we talking about?
Here's one.
One that's actually the blue folder item.
For I2.
There you go, that's it.
So in the paragraph F, you will no longer see the word oversight.
Okay.
But I appreciate the point because it was a word that we had all questioned and in the end settled on review as more appropriate. So then, a couple of final things. We did add in similar to the city treasurer and the city attorney, codifying, putting it in the charter, the city clerk may appoint deputies to assist her. This is similar to the language of the city treasurer and, in some cases, even the city attorney. But that right should be there. That right is allowed by law in the 408s anyway, but that can be confusing and missed. The city attorney, I think it was in 2001, actually completely missed that point, that it was in the 408s. And under government code, the city clerk can hire deputies, which if it's not codified in the city charter, the government code is in play. So that's in there. And then finally, I know we've had several discussions about what do we do with the eligibility requirements. Where we've settled is to replace the coursework with simply a bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university.
So it could be in sociology. Or
It could be.
anything.
And I had a discussion with, this is actually the city manager's, well, it originally came
It
from.
also includes and 5 years of experience in a responsible position, including public or private sector accounting.
Rather than an or, as it is
Yes.
present now. And city clerk had pointed out that this was something you were in discussion with Huntington Beach, I believe, and you
Yes.
liked this idea. City manager fully supported it as it's basically part of their procedure and protocols now to hire employees that have bachelor's degrees.
So who's
So
going to verify this?
Well, that part is.
the voters,
I'm going.
the voters are in charge.
HR department will verify.
Okay.
It's got to be done before someone's nominating papers that.
Yeah, and that was
Exactly my point.
added in here as well, because the time was not specified of when that, it's, especially if it was a number of years, when does that clock have to be measured? That's why, and this is similar to other things, other areas of election that, so it's unless at the time of their nomination, filing their nomination paper, similar to language for other elected positions. Such person shall have a bachelor's degree. Doesn't just specify which one. City manager and I had a good discussion about this. My position was I didn't care for having a bachelor's degree because degrees have become less and less of a thing. However, maybe that's a hill to die on at a later date. Currently, it's still in play. 10 years from now, it may be different. So in the end, I'm not against this. And the city manager was definitely in favor of the city clerk as well. It's a good thing. It's really a higher level in some ways than the coursework. And the city manager and I also discussed that getting a bachelor's degree is really your proof that you can learn and do things.
It's a 4-year IQ test.
Right. If I could ask.
Yes.
The question to me is accounting. Why wouldn't someone who has public sector financial management, which doesn't necessarily include accounting, be sufficient? Because that's really what the expectation is.
And it's
Rather than the word accounting, because accounting is quite specific. Financial management is a much broader indication of financial understanding, which is more of what you would deal with in a city.
But any old
It could
bachelor's
be.
degree works.
Well, the bachelor's degree thing, that's why the and is here, and I understand why the and is here.
I got it.
But there's a standard in the city, as I understand it now, to have a bachelor's degree, to be in a supervisory position. That's what I understand.
Okay.
The second part of this is accounting. Accounting is a specific discipline. Financial management, which is what really that we are talking about.
Can we come back to that? I would like to just wrap, we're almost to the end of things here. So, and another thing, key thing is, has been pointed out, is that it's no longer a or 5 years of experience, it is an and, which I'm good. We had gone back and forth about, well, it had been proposed to have it 10 years if you weren't going to have the education. I had proposed maybe 7 years and not the education, because I felt that at 5 years, you're maybe still kind of green, but if you're 7 years somewhere, you're into it. 10 years may be prohibitive. I'm okay with the 5 as an and. In that section, we can come back to the details of the wording. I appreciate that. The other section that ties in with this is the section 20.1 on the approval of demands. So had to wrap up the language up here to match up with 20.1. So now we have all demands shall prior to payment be approved by the city manager and the city clerk, or if contested by the city clerk, by the city council. So this ties into paragraph F, where said, city council may make the ultimate decision on these. And this is, so this, all demands shall prior to payment be approved in one way or another. The first step is to, by both the city manager and the clerk, or if contested by the clerk, city council resolves it. So that is language here in 20.1 to be concurrent with section F above. The final one that I had asked at a later time to consider, and I still want to think about this myself, but I'd like some other eyes on it. There's language in 12.3 of the city manager, and it's on the back of this page, specifically in, is it B? No.
I think it's the last page.
Yeah, the very last page of this. I appreciate you putting that in there for this. It's spelled out in paragraph B. I would like some other consideration and eyes on that to say, is the way it's written currently, does it still work with the proposed changes to F, which are referenced? The 11F is referenced in this paragraph.
You're talking about the budget?
Number
It's
8,
actually A.
A, 12.3A.
Oh, I'm sorry, A. I said B, a small print there. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's within A. You will see a reference to 11F, which we have made considerable changes to. It was an afterthought on my part, but I wanted to make sure we're looking at it to consider is, does
Have
that?
you really changed F? I mean, you're basically having the
We-
same things in
No.
a different kind of format.
With respect to this, the key thing that we changed in F is the current language under F states that it is under the direction of the city clerk, is under the direction of the city manager, which was always a controversial issue to have an elected official under the management in any way of an appointed official. Long-going controversy with that. So that has been eliminated. And this was a change. Section A was changed, I believe, I don't remember what year I've got it in here, but that section was changed to help clarify that controversy. And now we're changing 11F. So I want to make sure, does it still work as is? Or do we need to consider changing 12.3 if we change 11F as proposed?
I don't see where your conflict is. It says that the city manager shall not have authority over the city attorney, city treasurer, or city clerk in the first reference. And that it says those people, as the attorney, treasurer, and clerk, are actually supervise the people in their office. So
It's the except as specifically provided in section 11F.
okay.
Is there still specific enough provision in 11F to warrant or justify that excerpt that was added to 12.3 when that language was changed. Don't have to finalize that right now. It's further for food for thought. I apologize. It was a late thought on my part that those two still do. We don't want to create another controversy. Clean up two and create one is not a good path. So. With that,
I'm gonna ask the person in the audience, do you actually have a copy of this stuff? Okay, great.
now, Mr. Pinsler returns, Mr. Morocco, if you want to.
Yeah, I'll
Questions
do
or-
it while Mr. Pinsler works his way up here. So I can save F discussion for a little bit later after Mr. Pinsler talks, but I do want to talk a little bit about B, E, and as far as that goes. So
BD under 12.
B is compiling and maintaining ordinance and resolutions book. Are anything's kept in books anymore, or is it, I mean, do we need to modernize this language to,
Well, we actually do have books, but we do put it into the system.
So it's an excellent point.
well, because like my
That's
public
something-
records request, was dealing with all the notice of cancellations, which
Right.
I would expect to see in a book, but
No,
it's
we-
not in a book, so
The
do
city-
we need a different term for
The city
that?
clerk and I had that very same discussion. In an earlier version I could show you to you, it was highlighted as does this need to change? We settled on the fact that it is still called out as books in the government code 408. I can give you the exact one, but in the government code, it still calls it books.
Okay.
So as a term of art, I guess, does books include electronic versions? Does it include everything
Well,
else?
files, I guess, and
Files, yeah, but
cabinets.
is books an inclusive term of art, basically? But we settled on the fact, because it's still in the 408s in the Gov Code, they have not looked to change it.
Okay.
So but it is a great point. We had that very discussion.
Okay, and then on D, and this, I'm glad the city attorney's here, the council still has subpoena power, and I believe each of the commissions do too. So when somebody comes to testify, can they do the equivalent of a deposition?
That sounds like a legal question.
I can research that. It's never in the 18 and a half years since I've been city attorney, they've never taken a deposition that the clerk, so if the committee wants, I can research whether that's still needed.
Well, deposition has a different meaning
Right.
necessarily in this context, so.
So, and I'll research that. I just have not ever had any experience with that.
Because it implies it's under oath to start with, and that's, and there's
And we
also
do,
notice
and we do,
requirements.
and she does take oaths, and she does at various
Public hearings sometimes.
public hearings, yeah.
Take oaths.
From the commissions, and one council meeting I can think of. But I haven't ever had experience with that, so if you want, I will research it and give you an answer by the next meeting.
So if I may offer a further background to paragraph D, this is also spelled out in the Gov Code 408s.
Okay.
Thank you. And there it is spelled out as may. However, when it got put into this city charter, it became a shall. And so therefore, it appeared to be, and this language is only under the city clerk, that it appeared to be exclusive to the city clerk as a shall to take depositions, which just didn't seem like the right thing. And that's why we've added the as needed and also struck depositions and added testimonies. But that native language as what's in the charter now really came from the 408s, but it got changed from a may to a shall. So the meaning became very different.
And I will save my comments on F until other people have spoken. There is a typo in 20.1, the city clerk, the first instance should be capitalized. In the new language that you put together.
Yes, thank you. Of the new language, thank you. You get blind to this after you spend so many hours with it. Mr. Pinsler, if you want to go back to.
Yeah, I do have a question about this whole thing about testimony is needed. I mean, I can't remember one. So what, is there a purpose? Or is it just that should this happen, there has to be somebody who swears people in?
We had that in March with everybody in the room was sworn in.
But it's different
That's
than
different. That's
taking a
very different.
deposition, and that's why I want to look at the definition of what deposition
Right, yeah.
means in that context.
Yeah. The thing for me, and let me go back to the whole thing about accounting. Part of the reason we got into this whole discussion was the fact that financial management in the city has moved to a finance director. And accounting is a portion of financial management. And so if the relationship between the city clerk and the finance director is going to be one where one is checking the other, the focusing solely on accounting seems to be too focused, as far as I'm concerned. Why not, if you're going to have a requirement, because financial management includes accounting, but accounting doesn't include financial management. So why not just make it 5 years or 5 years of experience in public or private sector financial management, which would broaden the category, perhaps bring more people in as potential candidates. Because if you haven't done accounting itself, but you are a financial manager, that may be what we really want in that position, to be an oversight situation.
What's involving mean? What's involving public and private sector accounting? Kind of like from managing a book, from managing business, I'm involved with public and private accounting too.
No,
It's generic, right?
no, it is somewhat generic, but the financial managers, in part, they were trained in accounting, but they may not be performing accounting tasks. They're as financial managers. We might want, if the idea is to have a check and balance, is to have someone who understands the financial management breadth of knowledge as opposed to just accounting.
I'm not opposed to your concept, but I think you need to put a little finer point on the financial management. We all can conjure up an image or the duties of an accountant.
Mhm.
I got you got shirt sleeve guards and
Yeah.
green shade.
Eye shades.
and- Yeah, and you operate under lights.
Yeah.
Okay. Fiscal manager wears a sharkskin suit and drives a Mercedes and tells you what you need to know.
Not the stereotype or anything.
Okay. My point is, put a finer point on the fiscal manager and I'll.
I would agree, but
If you want,
we should do that. We should do that, but to speak solely of accounting, this is the only question that I have here, is to speak solely of accounting has taken it out.
I'm not arguing with your
Okay.
concept. Your concept,
Define it.
you need
Got
You
it.
need to come up with something, what this fiscal manager looks like. And it doesn't look like the guy with the slick back hair.
We need to
and the
define it, yes.
sharkskin suit,
May not drive a Porsche.
and maybe drive a Porsche, right?
May
Yeah.
not, we'll put
Oh,
it
may not drive a
May not
Porsche.
drive a
Well,
Porsche.
So
That should be in here.
To your point, and I want to, in all fairness, this has been an area that has gone back and forth several
I
times.
know.
And even in our most recent discussions, originally it was the municipal accounting. We felt, yeah, that doesn't sound right. What would be more appropriate, more encompassing, and yet not so broad? So open to other suggestions other than accounting.
Right.
Fairness. It's a good point. We have gone through several iterations. If we can find a better word or term of art, I mean, to me, I agree.
I will take
Financial
that as a
management
responsibility for the
conjures up
next meeting.
Well,
guy than
and
the
again,
person
I've got an issue with the just bachelor's degree. I mean, that's, why not make it a BS or something, I'm not trying to open that discussion up here. I'm just saying, we have a public health director who's not really a doctor, so my point is, I'm all in favor of the education. I want the education. I want people with knowledge. I don't want people who
Yeah,
are, generally gaming the system. So.
I understand that's a general
Find a
standard in
point
the
on
city.
fiscal management,
Yeah.
I'll look at it.
Okay, great.
So to it, if I could add, I agree, because we see all the time people exaggerating their resumes like you wouldn't believe.
Yes.
And I don't know what that fiscal manager looks like either. Is a bank teller a fiscal manager?
I don't know.
I don't know. I guess so.
Bob's
They
going
could
to
be.
define it for us. though.
I will do my best.
Bob's going to be our
And I'll throw in there
lexicon.
the idea, and I'm just proposing, you can salute it or trash it, the full-time. If a person's a part-time and maybe works for charities or whatever, does something for some private organization, is the auditor of whatever, PTA, does that count? For 5 years they've done it, but it's a part-time position. They're not spending full-time. Does that count? I don't know. And so then this gets back to your issue about verify and who verifies it and what opinions and, I don't want to say prejudices, but biases do they have as far as putting a thumb up or a thumb down with regards to a person meeting the nomination requirements. So, yeah, I applaud anyone's efforts in trying to more clearly delineate this, but I do think it needs as much clear delineation as we can get there, because if not, you leave it wide open to interpretation and it will get stretched. There's no doubt about it. Someone's going to come in and stretch it, and then you're going to leave it up to whether it's the city clerk or somebody else. Well, it wouldn't be the city clerk, it maybe be their deputy or whoever, to decide whether it meets the requirements or not. It could get contentious very quickly, so.
So I believe, Mr. Prinsley, you did a summary of this in the past, that requirements of any kind for a city clerk really don't exist.
Pretty much don't exist.
So even doing
In fact, there are
this,
some cities where the city clerk is the secretary to the city manager. So that happens in
Different
small
roles.
cities. It's all over the lot.
and
And there is no other city that has any accounting requirements at all, of every city in the state. It's the only one.
We're going to be trailblazers.
I understand. We have been.
We have been, that's right. I agree.
But the only reason I say this is that we got into this discussion because of the issue of the finance director and the movement of finance into the city manager's office as opposed to where it was sort of in the city clerk's office. And it wasn't just an issue of accounting. And that's why I just raised this.
Those are issues of personality and
Yeah.
I'll just say power.
But again, we're not talking about the people who are present, we're talking about the future.
yeah, the other thing to consider, and we've talked about, is the palatability to the voter. If we try to simply strike this entire section, that may not come across as
Well,
palatable.
I'm not asking to.
Understood.
All I'm trying to do
what's the
is to
balance?
define the finance side as to what knowledge base would be the most helpful for a person to deal with the issues that we are now placing that person in. And to me, it goes beyond accounting.
But financial management includes many areas
A lot of
that
areas,
it might
yes.
not be applicable to.
That's true.
I think accounting is easier for people to understand in general.
But there are financial management issues beyond accounting that are important to the city. And if that person is being placed there to be a check, that person should be more broadly educated or more broadly active than just be an accountant.
But if we can't verify it accurately,
That's a whole different story.
I don't think it's a different story, because I think if you put something in there that you can't verify, then you shouldn't put it in. That one thing about the bachelor's, you can pretty much verify they either have a degree from an accredited university, accredited college, university, or not.
Right.
Whether, how applicable it is to the position, you can debate. but at least it's verifiable. So I would argue, and to your point, do we really need to put every single positive qualification in as a requirement? I don't disagree that having somebody with those experiences and background would be a benefit to the position, but I don't necessarily think, I guess what I'm saying is leave something for the voters to decide. The voters at the end of the day are going to look at a person's experience and qualifications and decide if they're best suited for the job. So I think we put a low bar here. But I don't think I do think if you can't verify it, if you can't really nail down exactly what it is and make it verifiable, you're better off leaving it out and leave it for the voters then to decide who's best qualified. Just my 2 cents. We may be trying to specify the requirements for the job.
Yeah, I think about the city attorney. City attorney has no requirement to be experienced in any form of municipal law or prosecutorial law. Just simply has to be an attorney for 5 years. Could be an ambulance chaser, and it gets difficult. And the one thing I've learned is the least we can put into a city charter, the better off we are. And if you try to get into details, at some point, details create issues.
More issues.
I would agree to the extent that we have simple sentences as opposed to the least, which could be two different things.
Ms. Morocco.
Okay, so there's a number of words in here that I'm concerned with, and I thank the city attorney for sending us this Thompson versus Mellon case, because I think the analysis that they do with the residency requirements actually has application here. So I'm going to go through the words that I have issues with, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about how this case has actually shifted me more towards Bob's position.
Tear out the front page.
The word nomination papers, so this case law kind of comes to the conclusion that in looking at the fixed point of time, it's really the time that they actually get elected to the position that they meet all the minimum qualifications. So that's just something to think about. The bachelor's degree from
That would be a change to all the other language in the charter as well.
Well, that's something for discussion, and I'll get to the case and I'll talk about it. But the case specifically goes through and says for residency, it's not even the date of election that matters. It's the date that they assume the office, the position in the office. The bachelor's degree from accredited college or university. So the first problem I have is having seen a number of schools file bankruptcy. What is the accrediting agency? Is it going to be something like the Western states that has certain standards? Is it going to be something more? Is it going to be some trade association that decides it? So the accrediting, if you're looking for something specific on it, that's a problem with just saying accredited. The bachelor's degree, we have a lot of the people that from our community who end up at ELCO. It's a community college. It gives an AA degree. You can get all the accounting classes, I believe, by going to ELCO, not necessarily having a bachelor's degree. So I'm not sure that the bachelor's degree does anything. I agree with whoever made the comment that I don't know what a financial manager looks like, but that's a problem there. So,
Where's financial management?
well, Bob, it's.
As opposed to accounting.
Now, the current language on the 5 years of experience with the and conjunction involving public and private or private sector accounting. So I think Mr. Kilroy made the point, what if they're in a nonprofit or a PTA, that private sector accounting and under state law is actually a term of law, a state law, and it has a very specific meaning. You can't hold yourself out as a public accountant unless you are actually a certified public accountant. So that's an issue as well. If they're a foreign resident that went to school in a foreign country, they may not have the equivalent of a bachelor's degree. And so that brings me to the point of this opinion. And one of the things that the opinion says is that you want to create and this has been your point with the city attorney, you want to create the largest pool for people. It's a public right to run for office. It assumes that your electorate is bright, that they actually understand and take the effort to learn the law. But you want a wide latitude in your choice of public officials. That's what I got out of that opinion, out of the dissent. And this goes back to the nomination papers. You want something with a charter with home rule. And you want to have a rational basis, although the case seems to come out with saying you have to have a compelling public interest. And even when it was dealing with the number of years that you were supposed to live in the community, they said that there wasn't a compelling interest. But you do want somebody who's knowledgeable in the accounting area. So I thought the most interesting analysis came in page 13 of that opinion, where they talk about, in the dissent, all the general law cities with residences, and it's kind of like similar with this. So at this point, I'm being disjointed, but I believe that if you're not going to have the accounting requirements, you probably shouldn't have any requirements at all, and just open it up so anybody can apply for it. I know I wouldn't have the 5 years of public or private sector accounting, even though I'm a CPA. So you're setting up a really high bar on part of it. You're setting up a really low bar on another part. And I'm not sure at the end of the day if you're going to get, and I hate to use our current city clerk, I don't know if you had 5 years of private before or not, but I know that bookkeeping, is that considered accounting? I don't know. So I think it's, the way I liked it better in the old way because it was more specific. The new way has I think some issues with ultimately where it's going to end up. And I'm actually at the position now where we probably should strike the whole thing, that whole section of education.
Welcome.
When I have the same thing, I have a bachelor's degree, but also I have a minor in accounting. I don't have, public accounting experience, private accounting experience. I couldn't apply for this either. I couldn't not be selected for this either.
Yeah, so it's, you're looking at what your purpose is. I'm trying to follow. You want somebody who's educated, obviously, and as Mr. Kilroy said, you want to hopefully have an electorate that understands that they want somebody who knows what they're doing in the position.
So what is your proposal to go back to striking the entire thing?
My first preference would be to keep in the way it is with the units. My second preference, if you're looking to change it, would be to strike the whole thing.
Madam Clerk, what would your position on?
Well, I guess the thing is regarding the bachelor's degree is just that, the city manager hires pretty much everyone that has a degree. So I was looking at it that way. And then I think they need to have some kind of accounting due to the fact they're reviewing payables or expenditures, and then also doing expenditure analysis. So I see it because I have a lot of accounting background, and so that's how I see it. But if, from my point of view, if the bachelor degree doesn't work and the way accounting, then I would keep it the way it is, which is the 15 units of specific accounting classes and the experience of municipal accounting. I think there should be some kind of education.
Yeah, and I would propose that striking the entire thing elevates the risk to passing the ballot measure. I don't know how much.
If I could, the bachelor's is somewhat of a city standard, which I think is a good thing to place in the charter to fit the city standard. Because whatever that bachelor's degree is, there's a level of education, there's a level of, you make a judgment based upon that. The issue for me is accounting versus financial management as a definition. And like I said, I will come back with a comparison between those two. Accounting, I just think is too specific. Now,
How about finance?
I was saying financial
Not
management.
financial management, I think
Finance.
that's just
Finance.
finance
That's
instead.
just so general.
It is general, but
You should probably take it out then.
So if you're a banker, you'd qualify because it's an
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
investment banker too.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You deal with numbers. And it's really a numbers issue. The way it is now, particularly with the way it's presented. The issue here is to find anomalies. That's what we're really talking about, is to find that thing that the city clerk would say to the city manager, there's something wrong here. And that is an analytical tool as opposed to based upon being an accountant or being associated with accountancy. That comes from dealing with numbers. And dealing with numbers is financial people deal with numbers all the time.
Well, you better include engineers in there then too,
Maybe.
because I had a reputation. They had a nickname for me and the city staff did. Uh-huh.
They had several.
Yeah, they did. But there's some you could actually repeat.
I did the same thing when I was on the council.
I was a pain in the rear. If something didn't add up.
I do the same thing on school
I was
board.
exactly the same way.
So that lends to the idea that you don't necessarily bother to include that. And if you keep the units. And so again, to your point as to what's going to be most palatable to the voters, I think most palatable to the voters at that point is to leave the education requirement as is. And don't sit there. I don't think we gain anything by, like I said before, putting in requirements that either shrink the pool and eliminate candidates who otherwise would do the job very well, and/or we can't really validate the veracity of a person's claim. Between the two of them, it kind of promotes the idea that you just leave it as is.
But
But a bachelor's degree in financial management for this position makes more sense than a bachelor's degree in library science.
sure.
So to that extent, that's a broad category. And to your point, what the clerk is doing is not pure accounting work in the sense of what a junior accountant or a senior accountant might do. It is comparing numbers, finding anomalies, and highlighting those and resolving those. So
No, the university that I went to did not have unit system,
does not have,
a unit system. 15 units, what does 15 units mean?
Yeah, we had that discussion before, so.
So that doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, I need to graduate from Penn, I had to get 32 classes. That's the way it was counted in my years when I was there. 32 classes over the 4 years. Once I did that, I was able to graduate. And how would I fit into this situation? Were one of those classes accountancy? I don't know.
Yeah, that's where bachelor's, member of the public, would you like to speak? Please come to the podium, please.
Please come.
We activated her.
I appreciate you listening to me while we were on the topic of exactly what I wanted to discuss. I have kicked myself for multiple weeks after not being as loud as I wish I would have when I was sitting up there a few weeks ago. I think it doesn't come as a shock to anyone. I am decades younger than all of you.
There's nothing against that.
I'm coming, I think, from a very different position. And the goal of the charter is to allow the city to grow with our culture. I don't think it comes as a shock to anybody that school today is not the same as it was when either of you went, or even at this point when I went. As Mr. Pinsler was just saying, units were not a thing when he went to school. Yeah, they were a thing when I went to school, but we currently have people running for national political positions who want to just get rid of all college accreditation, period. So the word accredited could literally mean nothing in a few years. Besides the fact that I believe talking about a bachelor's degree currently doesn't mean today what it meant decades ago. And for a lot of reasons. We could talk about how the education system is being dumbed down. A lot of people want to talk about that. We could talk about how the cost is significantly more, and it is significantly harder for people to get bachelor's degrees because it is simply financially unattainable. We could talk about the underlying racism that goes with requiring degrees. There's a lot of aspects here, and I think that if the requirement for a degree of any sort be allowed in the charter, that there's an or and an offer, not an offer, something else that qualifies. I know we had talked at the last meeting about professional organizations. There are multiple professional organizations for city clerks, specifically for the state of California. All of them offer continuing education, just like nurses and doctors are required to do CUE credits. I don't know if there are credits available for clerks, but there are organizations they can belong to. Increase the amount of time that a potential candidate has worked directly in a city clerk's office, I think are all options that that should be looked into if putting something like this is going to stay. Thank you.
Do you want to state your name or?
Oh, my name's
You
Julie
don't have to if you don't want to.
Young. I'm the alternate for District 4.
Okay.
So as a reference, in the Huntington Beach, I believe it also had the requirement of what a municipal clerk, what is it called, a certification?
CMC.
CMCs.
And
Certified
to either
municipal-
have it or attain it within 3 years after taking office. So it was
Right, and then
considered.
for the city of Huntington Beach also was required a bachelor's in specific public administration or something in that related field. That was another requirement for the city of Huntington Beach.
But we don't see that often, but it does, it's out there, it does exist. And we did
Right.
consider
That's
that.
elected, so of course.
I think what Julie's raised is really important because the cost of a bachelor's degree and the debt that goes along with it is sometimes keeping people from becoming. But they go to JUCO, they go to the junior colleges and get associate's degrees and then go into the workforce. And that's a very,
And that was my point as well, but I said
requiring
that's not the hill I
a
wanted
bachelor's
to
as opposed to a degree, which could be associate or
A certificate.
or a certificate. I think that's
Can I ask the city attorney something? So you're the one who sent us this opinion. So based on the analysis in that opinion, it doesn't sound like if somebody wanted to challenge the education requirements currently in the charter and wanted to run for city clerk, it sounds like they would be successful in that challenge.
Well, I want to consider it. I sent it for the limited purpose of the 30 to 90, and I shepherdized it for the limited purpose of 30 to 90. Most of the cases that cited it were different issues, like continuing to take up a case after the elected official no longer has an interest or the candidate. So I'll take a look if,
The residency case, I don't think that they would get into specific qualifications, but it says on one of the things in the holding is it should be the least restrictive method of achieving the desired purpose of having knowledgeable candidates. I think that as a proposition of law is probably still.
well, yeah, but you take it in consideration with what the facts they were considering at the time.
How onerous was this?
Yeah,
really what
exactly.
this is.
And also that the residency, durational residency, which we'll talk about in a minute, that also implicates not only equal protection, but also the right to travel, which an educational one won't necessarily be implicated. So I think there's good reason for both what the chairperson said and what Commissioner Kilroy said to leave it up to the voters and have it so that it's something you can really enforce. And so this clearly is becoming more strict, and it's removing the or and putting a and. I will remind the committee that the reason for the accounting, even though it's not in other cities, it's in the government code dealing with city clerks. And it's specific. I cited this to you before. It's 40802, which is the city clerk is the accounting officer of the city. And so that would be the reason why. Now, it doesn't mean it has to be, but that's the reason it's been focused on accounting, because it's focusing on the state. If you're going to put in, I think it's really important that you define what that means. I literally, when I was going through, financial management, it's like, how are you going to decide, any of the permutations if that's what it means? If you put something for purposes of this section, financial, management means the following, or.
If what you say is true, why are we the only city that has accounting in its charter? It's weird.
It is weird, but you can look up the government code section.
I understand that, but
I'll answer that one if I may. The 40802 does call it, the city clerk is the accounting officer of the city and shall maintain records readily reflecting. Then in 40805.5 is the out for that. It says the financial and accounting duties imposed upon the city clerk by sections 40802 through 40805 may be transferred to the director of finance when such office has been established and the powers and duties are therefore thereof or defined by ordinance. Thus far, the city has not been able to invoke that because to do so would be in conflict with the charter. So we're cleaning that up. Now we have that ability to invoke 40805.5 and transfer those duties by ordinance and clean up the things that have always been problematic.
Well,
remember what I told you? That's not true.
yeah. Yeah, that's not
like.
the reason, and we don't have, so we can have whatever we want in the charter, and it would trump what's in there. I'm just saying from a historical perspective, that's probably what led to accounting. Accounting may no longer be the right section for all the reasons you've talked about, and if you're going to, give a different word, it will help whoever comes after to specifically, specify those words. Or to the chair's point, we don't have any requirement like that for the city attorney, and they don't have any
Or
requirement.
the city treasurer.
I was going to say, don't have any requirement for the city treasurer. Don't have anything for the mayor and council. Long Beach doesn't have any for the city prosecutor. So to committee member Kilroy's point, it may be best to leave it up to the voters.
And this section was added in the 1965 change. It's the only thing that was done at that point. Conditions of that are not real well known. There wasn't a lot of discussion on it on the record anyway, so.
The people who know are no longer here.
It was the city clerk and the finance officer, the city clerk was the finance officer, right? So that at the point, they just came up.
Yes, and that was derived from the native language of the 408 government code. That's the way it was.
It makes
And that
sense.
still exists today. However, most cities have invoked the 40805.5 and transferred it out.
Yeah.
We have not been able to do that because our charter doesn't allow it.
Yeah.
Fun.
Other cities left it to ordinances and resolutions
Yes.
to move it, as opposed to having it in the charter, which is what that city clerk did.
If I may, on just two different topics for, I think the chair's comment on 12.3 is well taken. You want to remove that sentence because that refers to a control by the city manager over the city clerk that would no longer exist under this section. And the other comment I have is at the top of the first paragraph was apparently cut and paste from the city attorney provisions.
Close. And we've talked about, is the word practice appropriate?
What's the difference between the two? I mean, like I just in looking at it, I didn't double check, but it looked.
I mean, practice for the attorney is
Oh, yeah,
is
you
a
took
term
out
of
the
art.
word, yeah, so they took out the word legal. And so I think that came from when, long ago, you hire an attorney who had a legal practice and they wanted to devote legal full-time. But the problem is, when you're an attorney, you have an obligation to your client to finish out the case, and they wanted to allow them to continue on. I just mention that because you may get everything you're looking for just to the city clerk shall devote their full time to the duties of office, period.
In Proposition XX of 1982, which failed by about 54%, I believe. It was the closest it ever came. The language proposed to be inserted for this was, the city clerk shall devote his full time in the duties of the office and shall not engage in private business practice during city business hours. Slightly different.
Yeah. I
It
mean,
didn't
either
pass
one.
because everything didn't pass, but that's an
Yeah,
alternative.
it could be, yeah, it could be either one. I just thought it didn't make quite sense to cut and paste there. And I don't know if there's a duty in business to take the matters to conclusion the way there is for an attorney. So it's just the wording for you to consider.
Well, the problem can also be if you are a landlord, you're engaged in private business, and they're not necessarily incompatible being a city clerk and being a landlord. So it's going to cause more problems, I think, than it's going to resolve.
I would agree. Just the term full-time
Yeah,
says what I think we want to say.
And I think we would be okay with that.
I totally agree.
So to take that and just, and put a period after office and strike, and shall not engage in private practice during their term of office?
And,
And what about the except to carry?
yeah, they don't have that same obligation.
That, I think that's taken from the attorney side.
It is.
And there really isn't anything other than maybe if there's an election going on and you are not running for office and it goes and you're replaced, but there's a runoff, you've got that 2-month period where you may be responsible, you may not be responsible. That's the only thing I could think of.
But you don't have runoffs anymore.
No,
Things-
Not runoffs anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that may be where that came from. I don't know. But, so I don't think that has any position either. Why don't we just say what we want? It's a full-time office.
Okay, and
And full-time means,
I'm fine with that. I wanted to start with something that
Yeah.
was at least reference to something else, and it was closely referenced to the other ballot measure that, did not pass but came close. So I'm fine with, and I think Madam Clerk is as well, just making it simply the language, the city clerk shall devote their full time to the duties of of office. And strike everything else. Anyone else? Okay, I'm fine with that.
Oh, and one other thing, there was a case that we had where there was a 17-year-old running for the city council who would have been 18 at the time that he was sworn in and he was allowed to run. So that's
consistent with the case law.
That's exactly consistent with that.
So I think that we're actually closer on this one than we are with the city attorney one. And
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
so maybe we should see if we, again, my offer is, I'm working, so I'm willing to give up a weekend day just so we can pound it out at one point in time.
My surprise is there hasn't been more discussion on F, but I'm fine with your coming to a conclusion on the education section as well.
I would think
we can get there.
if we have time from the October meeting to meet the deadline for, let's say, March, we can resolve, I think we can resolve this at the next meeting without having to have an extra meeting.
I still have a problem with the bachelor's degree thing.
No, I understand.
And alluding to that this city manager requires a bachelor's degree, which is fine because that's his prerogative.
That's his prerogative.
Yeah, but what happens when we change the city manager and the next city manager,
In following up with what Julie was talking about, I think there are things to require revisiting that, associate's degrees, or do you want to have some higher education or certification?
I want to have education and I want to have be relevant to the position. And it seems like accounting is relevant to the position. And like I said, I'm willing to listen to fiscal,
Yeah,
whatever.
financial management.
Fine, okay. Shark suits.
But I think that was a very good point that Julie made about the state of
BMWs, right?
And that's where I started too, that I didn't agree with that necessarily, but it wasn't going to be the hill that I was going to die on.
yeah.
Because as I learned through school board, it's really changing. Bachelor's degrees, I mean, the big companies, Google, Amazon, and so forth, they basically say, if you can do the job, I don't care about your degree.
I gave advice last week about that. You don't need to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
He's a smart
Yeah,
kid.
let's take it as an opportunity for next meeting to come to a conclusion.
But they also have the ability to fire people right away. Google and Amazon and people like that.
Yeah, they do.
You can do the job and we'll decide whether or not you're doing the job. So,
Yeah, there's just several factors. There's the fact that we're the only ones that have this, any kind of requirement. Yeah, open to, coming up with something that works, that is meaningful, and is acceptable to the voters.
Thank you, Julie.
Okay, so there are no e-comments.
What?
For the record,
Thank you. No, none?
and then no Zoom either.
So I'm fine with it. Welcome to look through the rest of it and come up with other things in the meantime, but, so we'll continue this to the next meeting with the acceptance. I believe we've all accepted the change to the full-time. And everything else was,
Yeah, the city attorney is going to check out the deposition thing. Yeah,
make a note of that too, because otherwise I will forget.
I will move that we table the discussion to get a clean version for the next meeting.
What's
Second.
a clean version?
Stuff that doesn't get to us at the last minute. It's the hard, I work, so it's hard to get these blue folder items on the day of the meeting and meaningfully read it, so
Understood.
I'm hoping that we get something in advance. And if we're just going to be focusing on
No,
F, then
there's-
we should just,
Yeah, I wouldn't intend to make any other attachments to the next agenda beyond this. We have what we need right here.
okay.
we've agreed that I wouldn't do it just to strike the language of the full-time. The only thing we're left on is the last paragraph with the eligibility requirements, and we would work from this.
So maybe the proposal is that we adopt the full-time tonight and then deal with F at the next meeting. So that's the only part we're going to be dealing with.
Well, you're saying we haven't dealt with F?
We still have disputes going on with the bachelor's degree versus the financial matter. This is part of F.
No, that's not part of F.
It's not? I thought it was F. It doesn't have a different number on it.
It doesn't,
It doesn't, it's just
typically don't.
the last paragraph.
This one had F1, F2, F3,
No.
F6, and you're just replacing all of that in there.
That's the way it is now in the charter, is that a separate paragraph exists with no numbering reference to it.
But it's under F.
It's not, physically it's under F.
It's not
Physically, it's, yeah.
It's just another paragraph.
a paragraph in their section.
That's how it is. No, well,
Then we would do so throughout the charter. And that would,
Exactly.
we would have a charter amendment that would be a mile long.
And then Westlaw
under
would come and
six,
say, I copyrighted that,
It's
so you
not-
can't
it's-
use that.
It's not part of 6. You'll find that throughout the charter, that there are trailing paragraphs. You'll find the same thing in city attorney or city treasurer.
Do we want to clean that up at some future meeting?
I absolutely do not. Because I don't want a charter amendment that's 28 pages long.
Get a lot of votes on that one.
Yeah.
No,
Kill
they
a few,
would, they
kill a
would be
few
no,
trees.
because nobody would understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the only thing we're left on is this last paragraph as far as, and as you pointed out, the city attorney, you requested the city attorney look into the,
position.
the depositions.
I guess we can approve 20.1 tonight.
Well, we don't need to approve anything. We're not going to piecemeal approval. We'll just take the whole thing next time and. So it's really to do a final check on depositions, testimony language, and then also come to conclusion by the committee on the very last paragraph for eligibility.
Okay.
And we're gonna do 12.3 as well, all right? Clean that up.
Clean up the whole thing, you know, anything associated with
Well, yeah,
that, any
Yes, but-
linkages.
one is 11 and the other is
Yeah.
12. so.
Yeah, well, have that change in the
was-
title.
Mr. City Attorney, was that your recommendation that 12.3 would be better served as cleaned up?
Yes, because
that language.
there is no oversight as F currently is,
So with that,
Drafted.
would we have to publish with the ballot the entirety of 12.3?
Yes, you would. Yeah, any change you make, you have to publish. But if I could, Eleanor, if you could, next time, the title of this would have to include 12.3, I think, in order for us to do something about it, correct?
correct.
Oh, the title, yes.
So change the title so that we can do something.
Just make sure. Sorry. Oh, because that was last minute, that's why. Okay.
And I would
Otherwise, we're
propose
just
that-
leaving ambiguity in here for the next.
For the next group.
The next
You gotta leave something for them,
Yeah,
right?
We gotta leave something for them.
Well, and that's why I wanted further eyes on it. I noted it and wasn't really sure. I didn't spend any time really thinking about it, but that's fair that we've looked at that now. So you'll
And
include
we
that.
move to continue this with the addition of 12.3 as part of
Ron
the
already made it, didn't you?
next meeting.
I took it back because I was.
Oh, you took it back? Okay. Okay, second.
You made the motion.
Yeah.
You made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously to continue this item with
Next one's simple.
all things. Well, it is and it isn't.
I was going to say nothing simple.
Moving on to I3, discussion and possible action regarding the possibility of removing RBSD school board from the city charter as directed by city council. The school board had a meeting yesterday with the city attorney and present for part of it, along with a school district retained attorney. Talked about several aspects, had many questions. There will be a formal letter forthcoming. I would summarize it as the school board was of the mind to not make any changes,
To stay in the charter,
to not make any changes
At all.
whatsoever
to the charter.
to the charter. Not just stay in, but to not make any
okay.
changes is my take on what the action was.
I assume they took a vote.
No, we did not. It was a discussion item.
Pardon me. Okay,
Wasn't there some discussion that we had
That's why
about
there's a school
cleaning up
board.
some
We had it.
language in the charter related to the school board? I'm looking for my.
that ought to make the report to the council pretty simple.
Yeah. The answer is no.
We don't want out.
We don't want, no changes at
Now,
all.
it was understood that this
Don't
committee,
throw me in that briar patch.
this committee is not bound to that. The committee had asked for that. So it's not, we're not bound to that in any way.
There's no reason, if they don't want it, the whole idea was, remember, it started out as a question of districts. And the question of getting out of the charter was part of the discussion with the two former school board members who were on the city council at the time, saying, well, that's a good idea. And then that's what
You know,
started off.
The harsh reality of paying for elections probably weighed heavily on that one.
It was discussed.
I'm sure it was.
Did they discuss extending the jurisdiction to the pre-K and the adult school at all? Because that was one of the things we talked about that was independent of the school board, whether they wanted to be in or not.
It was, I can safely respond to that as well, that there was, do we have the native language in here?
16 is the section.
Pull up the charter. There was language in the charter already that said, or as future shall be, I forget the exact, I'll get to it here. The conclusion was that it seemed like it was covered. Within it says, as the same now exist or may hereafter be changed and exist as provided by law. The general feeling was, we don't have to change that to be compliant.
Okay.
To be, if we were going to change, it would be a relevant thing to consider. It's not enough on its own to put this entire section into the charter because we're okay as it is, was the general consensus. So that was kind of the out to that. And when we were considering that, it was a update that would be appropriate if we were going to make changes as part of those changes. But there will be a letter coming. And
So there's
silence.
no ambiguity again. We don't need to include the adult school. I don't see how they're separate reading that, but I mean, it just says, you know,
But that's a provision of law as well,
Is it?
that the school district has certain responsibilities for ages 18 through 22.
okay.
So that would be covered in here
Well,
as well.
does it say by law in here?
Yeah, that's provided by law, just section 16.
Okay. Okay.
But it doesn't go to the pre-kindergarten, which is a completely different issue.
But the inclusion of transitional
Fine with me.
kindergarten has been it is a provision of law now.
I didn't think they should have gotten that anyway, so it's fine with me.
Their choice.
Their choice, that's right.
So you're gonna make a motion to deal with this? Like conclude this matter or?
I think we need to get the letter. If we conclude it,
That would,
it'll be a little bit premature.
Yeah, right, yeah.
We'll have the letter by the next meeting, and at that point, we can conclude it, and I will write something up that we had discussions coming to no specific conclusion, and the school board had discussions, came to the conclusion that requested that nothing be done, no changes be made. But I would want to have that letter.
No, if we could only convince Bob of that, then we'd be happy. We'd be out of jobs.
Can I make a motion then to continue item I3 to the next meeting?
You may. Is there a second?
So moved.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, public comment? You should be my public comment.
I have none on Zoom or e-comments.
Spoiled by none.
Mouse over here.
Okay, let me get back to an agenda somewhere. I don't know where my agenda went. Moving on then to
I4.
I4, discussion possible action as pertains to moral turpitude. Clarifying residency requirements and analysis pertaining to extending the required residency period for the elective office from 30 days to 1 year as directed by the city council. Member Morocco, your name is associated with this.
Got life its own.
I know.
There's three parts to this, and we got some real interesting case law summaries sent to us regarding the third part, the 30 days to 1 year. It was actually again, it's one of those things that I wish I had more time to sit down and read, but if you read the dissent, you see there's two different ways of looking at it. The basic premise is that the right to a public office is equivalent to having the right to vote and the right to travel. And Santa Cruz tried 3 years, they got knocked down. They tried 2 years, they got knocked down. And then the Supreme Court said, we're not going to have this every year. It's a public interest, so we are going to make it stick for 30 days. The dissent doesn't have a problem with a 1 year period. And they give, on page, the last page, 13, they talk about some of the different positions that have longer residency requirements. What I got out of this case and the next case is it's not necessarily as clear as the majority opinion says. I think there's still some wiggle room. The only question is whether you want to risk the lawsuit of somebody challenging it. So I think the second case dealt with a 1.5 year time period. In my quick look at that. So if the council wants, a year, we can present it to them saying, yes, this is the option for it, or if we want to recommend it, but there is a risk associated with it, and that's going to end up coming out in the ballot. What the dissent made a point on, and in law, there's 3 different standards apparently of scrutiny of how much you look at. And so the majority opinion basically was saying, because it impinges on certain rights, you have to look at it very closely, which doesn't necessarily mean it won't be applied, but you actually have to have a compelling public interest. The dissent talks about, well, the compelling public interest as a charter city is all about home rule, and there should be no problem with that. So my personal recommendation is 30 days should be sufficient. What I also got out of here is that is the date. And as Mr. Pinsler pointed out, it's really when you assume the office of position. So to the extent we have something in here basing on when the nominating papers come in, I don't think that's the correct standard. I don't think there's any conflict of any case that says otherwise. The only charter change, I think it would need to clear that it's at the date of the election. So somebody could move in after the nominating paper period starts, and it's a question of whether the city clerk accepts it or not at that point.
So I would say I agree with everything except for that last conclusion, because of the Johnson case, and that's the subsequent case. And I bolded, it's not in the original case, obviously, I highlighted two sections, one section in each case. And a public entity may constitutionally require a prospective candidate to be a resident at the time he files his nominating papers or equivalent declaration of a period of not more than 30 days next preceding such date of filing. So I think you can leave it with the 30 days preceding, but we can have this discussion when you've had a chance to all read the case. But I just, there's a reason, the original question why you asked of it was, why is everybody 30 days? Well, now you know why everybody's 30 days. There have been changes in federal law in how they view it as a fundamental right. And there was this discussion, in case I didn't give you, but it had to do with a requirement of multiple years to be on a county commission. And the court then struck that down as well. But I think it's clear why everyone did the 30 days, because others were stricken down. And even though the federal law, which is what underpins this, it hasn't been reversed in a case that I can find. Well, it hasn't been reversed by the California Supreme Court. So it would be very daunting to be able to adequately defend if you change what we have now.
And the piece that you might want to also get out just out of trivia is it mentions a certain 29-year-old person who became a senator after he didn't hit 30, which is the minimum for senator, until after the election.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah.
So it's got current relevance too.
Yeah, he was elected as 29-year-old, but he was going to be 30 when he was
Yeah.
sworn.
And it's also interesting in this case, given that our visitor tonight, it was the Long Beach City Charter, so.
Yeah. And it's nice to talk about dissents, but the law is the majority. And it seems like, as I mentioned before, you can have whatever length of time you want as long as it's 30 days. And that's what they've telling us. So 30 days is 30 days. And where you start the 30-day clock may be up for a question, but if you file a nominating paper and you're only here one day, and you will have been here 30 days by the time of the election, that sounds like it's legitimate.
You can always be more permissive. So you could have no requirement. Where you're going to get into trouble is when you're more restrictive.
Right.
I don't think you have to move it from 30 days prior to the filing, but we can discuss that next meeting. But if you wanted to, you're certainly allowed. And we talked about it before I researched it. We talked about this back in with the welfare rights. So like the Supreme Court is very, very worried about durational requirements for any sort of tying that to any sort of fundamental right.
But if we do change it, we need to come up with a very good reason why it's necessary to extend the time.
Well, other than the fact to say you're going to lose. Like if it's challenged, you're going to lose. I mean, that should be.
No, he's saying if you want to go more than 30 days, we have to come up with a better argument than Long Beach did back in 1975 that will convince the new California Supreme Court of what the compelling reason The problem is, I can't think of any, so we would probably lose because they've rejected all the normal ones, like you need someone who's educated about local issues, you need, so,
So there's more cases than just these two.
oh, yeah.
So all of them have said, basically, people have a right to run for office. And the more limitations you put on it, the more we're going to knock them down.
Yep. So my recommendation is just leave it. So,
Yeah, because you'll end up spending money on the lawsuit. The dissent comes in because people change and swap out and get new people in there. Unfortunately, there's so much time has gone by that those same people on the dissent are no longer around. But I think you can report it to the council, this is the issue.
So I have a document here that's labeled sampling of charter eligibility provisions. And it's charter cities. I don't know who gave it to me, but I got it from this committee. And it has all the eligibility requirements in various cities from Alameda, San Francisco, I think.
it would either be Bob or I, because I think we did it.
The only one that was-
Well, anyway, I suggest, so either you
Probably
guys
right.
gave me a piece of garbage.
No, it just may not have been challenged.
There are other cities that probably have longer, they just haven't been challenged.
You need to read the requirements in here. Each and every one of these cities, not each and every one, but a majority of these cities are not in compliance.
Yeah.
Say, so how come they're not in compliance?
Because nobody sued them yet.
I see. Okay, there you go.
And they also make a distinction in the case between a general law city and a charter city. A general law city can be apparently longer. I don't know if it's still the case or not.
A general law city can be longer than
At least in the 1972 case it was.
okay.
That's on page 13 of your
These two
opinion.
cases are 70s, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you look at
These are-
page 13, that's where it kind
I'm
of
sorry?
spells it out. Page 13 of the
I read it,
opinion.
I read it, I read it. But again, this 73 and 75, and I'm sitting here in 2023 with a document that's, again, somebody provided me with eligibility requirements that many cities exceed the 30-day
Just remember, Jerry Brown was governor around the same time too, in both.
in 75.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, I
78, I
got,
think.
I got.
I do think assuming that in fact exists, until
What
somebody
exists?
challenges
What
it,
exists?
until somebody challenges, it will stay. But to be proactive and say, rather than being 30 days, we want it to be a year, that's taking it to a different level, because we are going in the face of decisions by the court.
Okay, so I know it's not an elected position, but if you want to serve as a grand juror,
Mhm.
you have to have lived in the county for 2 years. All right? If you want to be on a county commission, you have to be a resident of the county for a year.
Mhm.
But that's what the dissent has on page 13.
I-
With all the different examples.
Well, I haven't read that whole thing. I haven't digested it. I skip read it, I guess, is
but that-
my wife would say, she skip reads.
But that's your point is exactly what the dissent was raising. But Bob's point is, do we really want to put ourselves through a lawsuit to deal with it if that comes up?
I do. I can answer that question.
All right.
I'm a reasonable guy.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Morocco, it's you and is there one other person working with you on this?
Mr. Duiziak.
How do you propose to land this plane?
I propose, at least on the issue of the 30 days, or up to 1 year, that we take a vote at the next meeting, either to keep it in the charter as 30 or decide to go further than that. We probably could do it today, but not everybody's had a chance to read the opinions. So that's my first proposal, is let's get that 30-day thing taken care of. And get a flavor if we want to challenge it or not. On the moral turpitude, I think we've already made the decision as to, we're going to go with what the case law says. And then on the what is a resident? I think we still need to flush out that discussion. We had a robust discussion at the last meeting, but there's still some issues that I think we need to focus on. And
But how are we going to do that? We got to land the plane. We got to come to charter language is what we're tasked with.
yeah, and I guess the way we land the plane is we get rid of the city attorney discussion and we get rid of the city clerk discussion so that we can have it earlier in the meeting when we can have more time to address it fully and explore the options. If you want Mr. Duiziak and me to come up with some specific language, we can do our best. I think he's willing to do it.
That's helpful. It gives us.
We could make it the first item next time. Make it the first item next time.
Okay.
And the other thing I would remind you is that I'd given you those cities with had specific residency requirements, like you like San Diego. You can look at that in preparation for the next meeting and individually see which definitions you like the best. And also, amongst that, I'd given the different state codes that define residence or domicile or elector, and you can,
That was your list.
what?
It was your list that he was talking about.
I said it was.
That's why you left
I
the
just,
room. Yeah.
I just give what's out there.
I
So
know.
And you did, I got it.
Yeah.
And I read it.
Yep.
now the Ojai case, never mind.
So in.
That's still.
We can
circle
put
back
something
with
together.
Moral turpitude,
I just spent 2 weeks,
saying it.
I just spent 2 weeks with
kinda settled
elephants,
on
so
that already.
I went over in Kenya, so that touched me there.
With respect to moral turpitude, I do agree that we've pretty much settled on that.
We've landed.
Yeah, and clarifying residency is at what status in your summary?
At this point, we threw out a lot of different concepts and it's very elastic. And as our city attorney has pointed out, we just need to pick some language so that you guys can pick at it and decide if that's what you want to go with, or if you want to go with one of the alternatives. And there's all sorts of different words that can be used, and there are all sorts of different words that are being used by different places. And we always still have the option of just leaving it vague, which the council and the city attorney seem to think that we actually need something specific. So we'll come up with something.
Put it in the various places of the charter where it would go.
And that we make it the first item on the next agenda.
Yeah, and we'll get it to Eleanor before she sends out the agenda so it doesn't come in as a blue folder.
Okay.
Just so you know also,
concept.
if you go to the e-comments, they actually break it out by dates. I noticed with the city attorney, we're up to like 300 plus pages. So you can actually click through on what's the new items and what's not. So this is going to probably end up being one of those where you're going to want to look at specific items and have the click-in reference.
Okay. But the key thing I think is a good idea is to put it into some charter language and make that, I call it the dartboard. We can throw darts at it as needed, just like I did tonight with the city clerk, and get it to a form that's what you think is close to present.
I should be able to do it starting Monday, I think.
Excellent. Any other discussion on I-4?
I move we table it to the next meeting.
Move to continue it to the next meeting?
Second.
Just for the record,
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, public comment.
for public comment, for
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. First on the next agenda. We always can move it, as you've pointed out before.
Madam Clerk, are you okay with?
Okay.
Then all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously to continue item I4 to the next regular meeting and have it be as the first on the list of continued items. Moving on to I5, discussion possible action regarding Article 11, Section 11.1, the city treasurer, Mr. Pinsler.
I think Gene is here. Should talk loud. If he's still awake back there.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's asleep in the bag.
So we have several items that have been added to the agenda, historical items, mainly around Measure CT, which was in 2014, just as a matter of catching up on what was done in the past, how that may or may not influence moving forward. So those are all there. I spoke with Mr. Solomon this afternoon and brought him up to date on what we had done with the city clerk. And what we have in the packet so far, Mr. Pinsler had put together a proposed strike-through, which is greatly appreciated. I asked the city treasurer to do the same thing from his perspective, as we had done in a similar manner with the city clerk, and then to look at those and maybe they'll line up, and if there are areas they don't line up, to reconcile that and bring it forth as a suggestion that's been agreed to by parties involved for the committee to consider, and approach it basically how we did with the city clerk. And I thought that was pretty successful this evening. Doesn't mean it'll be perfect, but get that level of acceptance taken care of.
What item are you looking at specifically?
This is 72723, city treasurer.
Receive and file, the blue folder, revisions.
I don't remember which one I clicked on.
I think the PDF was 723.
It's the receive, item number 12, I believe, is the receive and file. I think that's it.
And the issue was to
This one?
essentially strike most of the A through F, and then make it so that it reads manage the investment of the city funds, which used to be G and would now be A.
Did you find it?
That wasn't that one.
The strike through is in the file under, which one was that? City Treasurer Revisions.pdf, number 14 was the,
Thank you.
was what I had presented as
That one?
trying to bring the treasurer's office into line with the reality of what the part-time city treasurer now does, as opposed to what existed there when it was a full-time position. And before things moved over into the finance department.
Yeah, and as we learned, that was even happening before.
Yeah, it was happening even though it wasn't
2014.
supposed to.
Yeah.
It was happening anyway. So the focus was to invest the city's money, enter into and manage banking contracts, but I understand Gene has a slight disagreement with, and then audit all funds and act as a hearing officer of financial disputes. And then to the standard thing about appointing deputies, which is the thing you also added to the city clerk. So it was to revise this so that it meets the existing structure of what a part-time city treasurer does with only one staff member.
So when you say hearing officer for any financial disputes, when we were dealing with the city clerk, we had the city council resolve the financial dispute. So are we intersecting?
Gene was here, is he coming back out?
I didn't see his truck here and I didn't.
I think he may have,
I'm
if he's
just,
smart, he'd be home and come on Zoom. But
it seems like they're inconsistent.
no, the issue there was that there were financial disputes that would arise that the city treasurer would be the adjudicator of.
Well, like examples was,
there was some banking, I'm trying to remember, I've lost the train of it. But it had to do with, I believe, banking contracts. But frankly, Gene would be better in speaking to that. If he's able to come on and receive. If not, we may have to move this.
Yeah, and so.
But frankly, I'm just blanking on it right now.
It's fine.
We did have a discussion about it. Let me see if I did a new version of this, because
If I may, so for example, if someone appeals the tax, the
Right,
treasurer is the hearing officer over that. So that would be an example, and that's contained in the meeting code. If you want, I'll have to take a look at whatever language you're proposing and work with Eugene to make certain that the new charter language isn't at conflict with any of the Muni Code provisions regarding hearing, but that is one that comes to mind. So we've had one hearing that went wrong before I was city attorney regarding the UUT tax and AES, but there have been several that were done with previous treasurers regarding UUT, like
is that
I think
AES or Edison?
What?
Is that AES or Edison?
That was AES. But there were ones regarding Verizon, and there are increasing challenges from different utilities as to whether or not that tax appropriately can be expanded to them. So the treasurer currently would hear the appeal of that.
So this is basically financial disputes between the public and the city, as opposed to what we're dealing with the clerk. It's between the city and the city.
Between taxpayers and the city in collecting the tax.
It's specific to those things that the treasurer now is responsible for, as opposed to being more general.
Okay, I think it needs to be specific and clarify that. But the other thing is, does he have the ability under any of the charter provision or something in the code that says that he can swear in witnesses? Because I know like the council has the ability to swear witnesses and take testimony, and some of the commissions do too. Does the treasurer have that in a hearing?
No, I don't know offhand. So I sort of have to, well, I do have to, I have chosen to not participate in those because you have the hearing officer, which is the treasurer, who needs to be advised. And that person is advised internally by my office. And then you have the person, the attorney for the city, who's presenting the arguments in favor of the assessment, which I contract out with outside counsel so that there's a wall between them, so that the in-house attorney isn't advising them in a way that leads them towards the, whatever argument they're making on behalf of the city.
Legal counsel, and what's a parliamentarian?
No, one's legal counsel to the treasurer, and one is putting forth the argument on behalf of the city as to why the original assessment is the appropriate amount of tax. And so I segregate those roles, and I don't want to have any, it's similar to what Mr. Halbert was talking about with the 148 versus a lawsuit. I try and remain outside that. So I just don't know, because I haven't participated in those. I've assigned different people to handle them. So, but I'll find out.
This was specifically about, and I'm recalling now our conversation with Gene, is that he thought that this was too broad as well, that it's not any financial dispute. It's any financial dispute
Related to.
for his office, that he's responsible for.
And that's why I wanted to give him the chance
Yeah.
to do an edit from his
Yeah,
perspective,
that's what that
and
was
then
about.
reconcile those
We're talking about
two.
Eugene now.
Yeah, yeah.
And then also you'll have to look at the hazardous waste collection program where the treasurer currently has under the Muni Code in enforcement powers. So that the city treasurer shall have the power to impose additional penalties upon. So just look at all the things both in the Muni Code and in the charter that this committee thinks no longer reflects what should be assigned to a part-time city treasurer as opposed to,
That's what the whole issue is.
Yeah.
The job has changed.
right,
But the charter, there's a violation of the charter. There has been a violation for a long time because if you want to, the charter tells you to do something, and because it's been moved over to the finance officer, the treasurer, the responsibility has moved, but the charter hasn't moved with it.
yeah, so I would agree with that. I would be careful about saying there's a violation of the charter. 'Cause it's like, I think the current treasurer thinks it no longer reflects what the treasurer can do.
Right.
2 treasurers ago, when those changes were made, the treasurer determined he could still do his charter responsibilities because it's vague, like shall collect all monies. Well, they're not going to collect. They never collected they had people under him. So certainly, given that the current treasurer thinks, and substantial changes weren't made around the moving to part-time, additional oversight was given in one area, and they were made part-time, I think it's appropriate to bring not only the charter into compliance, but also it'd be good to hear from the treasurer as to what sort of muni codes should be amended to change, or if they shouldn't be changed, you should probably contain that in the charter section that you're doing. So,
Well, we've established that the violations they pre-existed the change from full-time to part-time.
well,
That's
see,
already been-
what I'm having issue with is that it's a violation. So if it's up to the treasurer to decide whether or not the changes constituted violation or whether or not he could still perform his duties. And I gave the example, there's a case where a city attorney sued the city council because he had prosecuted a council member and they eliminated his city attorney investigator. And he sued because he said, I can't do under their charter, my responsibilities. And the court said, we're very reluctant to second guess a city council in the management of their budget. But if you remove the possibility of a separately elected official from doing their charter duties, we have to step in. The city treasurer did not think it removed his ability to perform, and I'm not talking about the immediate past person, was of the opinion that he could continue to perform his charter duties. So, and the council went along with the suggestion of the city manager. So it may be nitpicking, but violation is
Appropriate word.
no,
Well,
it's not, because it's not to you or to me to say whether or not a separately elected person could perform their duties.
But the triggering issue here was the change from full to part-time and the de-staffing of the city treasurer's office. Because those people who used to do it in the treasurer's office are now doing it in the city manager's office.
Well, they were already doing it at the time of the transition.
So I agree 100% that this is overdue, and I think it should be amended to reflect what you all think, taking into account what the current city treasurer thinks is appropriate for those duties, and see if the mayor and council Agree.
Okay. And I apologize because I just blanked on this, but
Wouldn't it be more appropriate, okay, so he's thinking what his job is, but isn't his job what the charter says it is? In other words.
Yes.
Okay, so
Right now, it's not.
well,
Well, see,
No, that's practice, that's not.
this is the issue. This
I
is the whole
think
issue.
I got
the
that part.
issue
I
is,
understand it.
aside from how different officials have done their different duties, I would think I have more in common with my predecessor than I don't, but I certainly, in some cases, have a different legal view of what's appropriate for doing that role. The question with the part-time is it even possible to do those duties on a part-time basis?
With a limited staff.
Well, but the limited staff could be changed,
That could be changed.
at a council meeting,
As it was.
It could be.
And that's what Gene has told us here. If you want me to do all that stuff, I'm going to take back all these people.
and that's another absolutely appropriate possibility. The city manager, I would assume, would make the arguments that were similar to what the city manager said at the time is, Gatsby changed it. I'm on the hook for a lot of these declarations. I can't certify these if I don't have financial services under my chain of command. And I'm not arguing one way or the other, but I think it is appropriate, at least now, with a part-time person, you could change the duties, or you could leave it part-time and give all those people back.
And de facto, it was done. The changes were done. They just didn't change the charter.
Well, they couldn't because they didn't have a vote. And
Yeah, that's right.
But they could have, in conjunction, like, we want to move, and if the city treasurer had said, I can't do my charter responsibilities at the time, that could have triggered a lawsuit, and it could have triggered, okay, we won't do it unless we get a charter amendment. But none of that happened. The city manager advocated for it. The council did it as part of a budgetary item, and the city treasurer didn't.
He was fine with it.
Well, I don't know if he was fine, but he didn't say it was a violation of would stop his ability to perform his charter duties.
so why haven't we opened the old door that says how other cities do it? Okay, what?
I've done that.
Where? Okay.
I'm waiting for you to add
Most of the-
eligibility requirements of
I am.
education.
Well, argue with education if you want.
Most of the treasurer's offices in charters are minimalist because it's handled through ordinances and resolutions. And basically, most of the charters say there is an office to the city treasurer. That's pretty much what they say. And then
I'm
under
not getting the detail I get for the clerk and or the city attorney.
Treasurer's
You're not coming. You're not hitting this nail as hard as you have.
I think I wrote up one on the city treasurers, if I'm not mistaken. And
Well, I didn't see a comparison with all these other cities.
yeah, that was in there, that most of them are very loose about, other than stating that there is in fact an office of the city treasurer, most of them really left that to ordinances and resolutions to define what they did.
Okay, so that's what we did. That's what the city.
Well, that's not what that's what we want to do.
Well, that's what they did do.
But they couldn't
But they
did.
The problem was that
by fiat.
By fiat.
if you don't have it in your city charter, you can make those changes without having to change the charter. Our problem is we have all this stuff in the charter and we have to go through the process of changing it, and it just wasn't done.
So you can't officially write an ordinance because it would conflict with the charter.
Well, and
do
first
it
you have
in
to
the back
decide.
door.
First, you have to decide, do you want to do this? Because otherwise, you could say, no, we think this should be under the charter, and recommend to the city manager and mayor and council, hey, you have to give all these people back. I'm not advocating
Right.
for it, but that is certainly,
But through
has
their-
always been a possibility.
Through the budget process, the council basically said, this is what we want to do.
So,
And rather than change the charter, they just did it.
Regardless of what the council wants to do, when you put this on the ballot, you're gonna have to explain to the people who are gonna be voting, which is
Oh, I understand that.
about, why should we do this? And what has gone wrong?
Frankly, one of the good things about this is that the city treasurer wants this to happen. So
And
therefore,
he's not gonna be the city city treasurer forever.
no, but when it goes on the ballot and the city treasurer says, I like this, it's better than the city treasurer saying, I don't like this.
That's a convincing argument. I got that part. I meant that.
Well, but the other thing is the part-time nature,
Yeah,
that
I realize
really
that.
fundamentally
I got that
changed,
part.
like, can a part-time person, even if
Do
they
all the
have the
work.
employees, can they adequately oversee that operation?
That should have been the question in 2014.
Should have been.
So
but-
this wasn't,
Well, but the city treasurer, again,
Didn't object.
well, no, back in 2014,
Measure CT. Could have fixed.
yeah.
all
Could have been
of
on
this
there.
with
It could,
Measure
I'm
CT.
not arguing for,
It was
you're right.
known prior to 2014 that these were not being complied with.
I think I would say, if I recall this correctly, I don't think that treasurer had a chief deputy. I think when Frank Rowland left, I think the city treasurer, and I'm just speaking from my observation, I think the city treasurer believed that those tasks, even the current ones, could be done. And I think it was thereafter that Nilesh was brought in.
But they weren't being done. That's already established. That happened back in an earlier time period. You spoke to that one evening yourself.
Well, no, I'm saying what I spoke to was I gave the options to the city treasurer, and he felt he could perform his charter duties.
So again, the job has duties, all right? So that's really what we're trying to decide, what to recommend those duties are gonna be, right? Okay, so are we locking ourselves into a forever part-time treasurer?
if I can,
I'm sorry?
You were there at the time, right?
I was there.
I know you were.
And it wasn't just a budget issue. And so right, wrong, or indifferent, one of the aspects of the decision that was made was we were being told that there were fundamental changes in state law. And I can't speak to it firsthand. All I know is what we were told.
And that was the city manager who was
Yes.
telling you that, just to be
And-
clear.
Yes, yes. No, you're right. You're right. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. You're right. It was Bill Workman, city manager. And basically, we were told that state law said the buck stopped with him, that he was the one who was fundamentally, by state law, responsible for any fiduciary malfeasance that occurred at the city. And therefore, he wanted control or having the financial person handling monies and revenues coming in as a direct report to him, which wasn't happening, of course, at the time. And there was a personality conflicts and everything else. But it was more than a budget decision, because obviously we didn't save any money doing it.
So if I said that, I missed, but what I was trying to communicate, it was done during it was
Yes.
a budget action.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
like just removing
Yeah.
the financial services from within, under the treasurer's office to the financial services directly under the city manager. That's what I was saying. It was
Okay, and
an
that's-
action, not a reason.
And that's correct. But the reason went back to what we were told as changes in state law as to who was responsible on the chopping block or whatever for malfeasance found at City Hall. And this came about because of some actual cases and whatnot, whether it was City of Bell or whatever.
So
I would.
Blame everything on Bill.
Yeah, why not? I think it would be worthwhile at that point, if you're considering at all going back to a full-time position and putting back the responsibilities for all that back on the city treasurer, it would be worthwhile then to go and look at state law and make sure that the city manager isn't on the hook for having the responsibility, because then he ends up by state law being the buck stops here, but he's got no way to actually protect himself because it's now all being handled by a,
That's
How does
the way
that
the
work?
charter reads right now.
what's that?
That if we were following the charter, he would be signing something that he didn't have control of.
The city manager
Yes.
would. So,
What
But in my
was the
conversations
sign?
with Gene, one of the things he said, look, if you want to leave everything here, you've got to change my staff. And that's a budget decision that would have to come from the city council. And what he is saying is, that's not what I want to do. Change the charter so it focuses on those things that I now do and leave what's in.
I have no problem with changing the charter with his duties. What I'm having a real hard time understanding is how people can color outside the lines and we just talk around it. Like it's, well, that's how we do business.
And that's not what we're doing now. We're
That's-
saying,
I'm
no, we're
definitely
going to
not.
fix that.
That's what we're trying to fix.
Yeah.
It
So-
should not have
so-
happened.
So the real question is, what are the duties that we want or we think that we should recommend to the city council to put on the ballot that are the duties of the treasurer? All right?
And-
Okay, regardless of what the treasurer thinks, I don't give a shit what the treasurer thinks. Because it's the people who are gonna decide what the charter amendment is, not the treasurer. He's gonna maybe give his support or, maybe make recommendations. I got that. But it's the people who are doing the voting on the charter amendment, okay? So what do we want the city treasurer to do for his money?
If I could, and this is the conversation,
Can I stop you?
the Moss Adams, no, probably not. The Moss Adams report and his new experience has indicated what he has responded to me about with this. And
We're
that's
talking
why,
about Eugene now.
that's why this list exists.
We're talking about
Gene comes in as a new person and says, if you want me to do what the charter is there, I have to have staff back. I don't think that's right, neither does Moss Adams. So let's make it so that it's what it should
I have
be.
no argument with that. I'm having I'm having a hard time accepting the fact that we can even talk about, or we've talked now for 40 minutes on basically people coloring outside the lines. And it's like, we're kind of accepting it. We say, well, that's what he did. No, what do we want to do? What do we want the treasurer to do?
Moving the lines.
So do you want to, committee members, Kilroy, me to research what I've never been and wasn't asked to opine on, whether the changes in state law require that these be moved from that basically that led the city council to move the financial services direction, and which would then be it would be a reason for, no, we have to move it because it violates those state laws, and in addition, it's been changed to part-time. Or if we find that, no, that was just hypothetically oversold, then you could decide we don't want to change it and put a recommendation to the mayor and council that, no, we think you need to undo that budget action. And where it would get resolved is if the treasurer says, I can't do these duties without staff, then it would lead to a lawsuit that would, between the treasurer and the council, that a court would then decide whether that's inappropriate, or it would decide to use, at that point, once the court find it, we do have a violation of the charter and that needs to be corrected. So
That request was already made, right?
what?
It's a completely different, it's two city managers ago.
Yeah.
And it's a completely different council. So they may,
So again.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's made it. I
Hard
just,
time with where
that
the
request
city
made last
manager
time?
comes and says, I'm being hung out to dry and you need to save me, and this is how you can save me, all right?
okay,
I'm having a hard time grasping the concept where how does he get hung out to dry? The council makes all the decisions.
I would agree, and
He
that's a
works
good,
for them.
that's a good thing to find out. But there were two separate things. One is whether or not they were telling the truth at the time, which is probably worth knowing. And the question is this a better way to run the office?
Yes, I agree. Well, no, the first one, I don't think that's relevant. I think that your second point is very relevant. How do we want the office run? How do the people want the office run?
Well, and to the point, does that reasoning now, is it correct?
And it's good to have a fresh person looking at this office without any of the baggage from before, whatever baggage that might be, and say, considering I'm a part-timer, this is the way it should be. Now, if you want me to follow the charter, I'm going to need staff. That's really the way he's been talking about this.
So what I think we need to focus on, because it is getting late again.
Yeah.
Still,
There's 3 duties that are spelled out here. And what I don't see in here is the check and balance that we normally get. And maybe we need to consider a 4th duty, that the city treasurer has the ability to either be the lead person in any audits of the city books, or has the ability to call for an audit when necessary, so that there's a check on the city manager and the finance department to make sure there's nothing.
But that's within C.
C doesn't know, C is a different thing. C is between
That's not what that is.
the taxes. So it's not really, it's like overseeing the whole
specific.
thing.
Like with the city clerk for disbursements.
No, this is usually the case for a city controller
Yeah,
as an investigator. That's different. That's very different than being a treasurer.
yes, but we need a check and balance into this process. And calling for an audit, I think, is something that should be a good check on the system, or being the lead contact person when they do an audit, or be part of the city audit team.
We already have an annual external audit, right?
Who leads that? Who sets the parameters for that? Is it the city manager? Or is it the city treasurer, or is it the city council? So somebody's got to be the one that's leading it. I would like the city treasurer to be
It's
part of
the city
that.
manager through the finance director does the audits.
So I would like the city treasurer to be like, again, a check or balance on it.
I would surmise that there's probably basic legal requirements to that anyway.
I don't know. We have our city attorney here. The other thing that I think needs to be thrown in here somewhere, and I don't know where it fits in the city, is when we issue a bond, in the state level, you have a state official that's actually the person that negotiates and signs the bond and is like the main contact person. I don't know who does it in this city. So when we had that bond for the schools, that there was like an oversight committee, but we have the ability to issue bonds. Is that something that the treasurer has ever done or has an opportunity to do?
I don't think the treasurer, the
like you wanted
I
to.
think it's the finance director.
finance director, the treasurer is the receiver of funds. That's really what, and manages investments, does not issue bonds.
The
That's
bond is
done,
an investment of some sort.
that's the other side of it. The purchase of bonds is different than selling bonds. And the selling of bonds, I believe, goes through a finance director.
Well, yeah, they hire an outside consultant. and
Yeah,
then
but
goes through that.
it's managed by the finance
Right,
director.
right. And they
Yeah,
also do the
Director of
audits.
Finance is the one who directed that whole process. Under Budget and Finance was involved, Director of Finance was involved, and then ultimately City Council.
Yeah.
You're talking about for the PERS?
The CalPERS refunding bonds, yeah.
Could have sworn our treasurer said he spearheaded that effort.
Well, they're part of it too.
Okay, so if I may,
Right.
going back to what I proposed originally is to get the input from the city treasurer, compare that to what Mr. Pinsler has put forth, and then we bring those together and add our nuance or say to that and say, yes, we agree with that. No, we don't agree with that. But let's get that step done first, because at this point, we're doing a lot more speculation, which isn't useful.
I will take that on. I apologize for not doing it for this
What
meeting.
about
No, that's fine.
Mr. Webb? We're going to put him into work?
Feel free not to, but just if you
Let me
want to
get the
see,
input
if
from
you're
Gene.
compelled to go this way, that becomes a compelling argument, but
I would
if-
like to know.
The issue is
About the
where in
state
the
laws.
Muni Code, you talked about the Muni Code.
Well, state
Conflict.
law, the state law, like, there are two different issues that I was saying you should look at the Muni Code to see if any of these duties are consistent with any charter proposal that you're changing, and then one of them has to be changed. But the other is there, the original reason was changes in state law that required you
The
to
state or
move it.
actually federal?
What?
That's state.
Well, he said state, so it just.
I think it's state law.
The Gatsby is,
Right, see, I thought it was federal, but Matt was saying state law, and I don't know. Do you want us to look and see that there are requirements that would require you to put it under the city manager, in which case it's kind of compelling that you have to move it to what the current treasurer is saying, or if there aren't, then you can decide which one you like. And if you like the current setup, then it's going to be a current treasurer telling a current council, hey, you really need to move it back to, under the treasurer.
so I would,
Notwithstanding that Moss Adams thinks it's better with the,
Finest.
I would propose to request that the city attorney does investigate whether there are state or federal laws that would preempt or conflict with any of the current language of the charter. Therefore, we could use that going forward as a basis to help us formulate and also sell to the voters. We have to look at the palatability as well.
yeah, and I think the conflict language I don't know that it will preempt, but I think conflict, it's an appropriate word.
If it preempts, it's really okay.
To be
Right,
clear,
no, but we're more likely to find a conflict than a preemption.
We can't overrule federal law.
No, but it could conflict in a way that how does the city manager, it wouldn't preempt us from having the treasurer do it, but it may be, but how
Creates a
can the city
conflict that's unwieldy.
Yes.
Yeah, as, that's what we think would happen.
Right.
But to confirm that. So you're willing to,
Oh, yeah,
Accept that.
if you want me to. So,
Why would the city manager test something if it's responsible with somebody else? He shouldn't be attesting to that.
exactly,
we do want you to do that, I believe. And can we have that by the next meeting?
yeah.
Just to
Unless you're
clarify,
planning on going till
In writing
Sunday.
attached to the agenda, prior to the agenda.
That I
being
can't
released.
guarantee, but I will try to do it.
I don't
Go
think Gatsby is a law. I think Gatsby is a standard. And
that's what it stands for, General Accounting
I
Standards
know what it
Board, right?
stands for.
So, but
But my point is, I don't think that's written into law.
But it still creates conflict.
It
And that
does.
should be
No, I
the thing
agree.
we consider. So that's what, I think we're at a point for tonight where that's the direction we need to resolve the conflict or possible preemption with the current language. Get the suggestions from the city treasurer in this format as a strike through or addition, reconcile that.
And can we get an explanation why he's not here tonight?
I told him he didn't need
He
to be.
was, Gene was here.
He was here, I know.
You
We
got out
didn't
while
dismiss him.
Yeah, and that's why we moved this item to last, too.
You can tell me your boss's position.
But in all seriousness, I mean, I want to resolve that no one's looking to add any eligibility requirements to this section.
You mean like a finance
The
man?
treasurer? I'm not really sure, I mean, you would want somebody that has experience.
If we add it, we'd have to agree to it.
Yeah, we have to agree to it, so that's not gonna happen. So,
A PhD in,
no,
They'd have to be an attorney.
We don't need more attorneys.
No, it has to not be an attorney.
Yes, I agree with that one. Okay, so I think that's a fair direction for
The
this.
attorneys,
Attorneys will agree too.
attorneys may not apply.
Mr. Pinsler and I, and just for disclosure, we did have a meeting with the city manager, the city treasurer, and the finance director, and kind of did an initial discussion. And
This is kind of how we got to this.
yeah, it wasn't, nothing was resolved in that, but that's our next steps is I would follow the same pattern that we just completed with the city clerk, because I feel like that has brought us to a point of almost there.
Mhm.
So Mr. Pinsler and I will continue to work on that. The city attorney will come back with a determination of either conflict or possible preemption of state or federal laws that have come into play since basically 1949, it looks like. So with that, is there a motion to continue this item to the next regular meeting?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Oh,
Public comment.
Any public comment?
Yet again.
I'm just reminding you.
That's a comment.
no e-comments also, no Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor?
Yeah, there you go.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you all for that. And that brings us to, we've already covered J1, so we're good with that. Future agenda topics, except for Mr. Morocco. Are there any? Does anyone have anything? I think we have a full plate. We need to try to bring some of these to closure.
Yeah, just so, Chair, you know that under the future agenda topics, we'll be coming back in October, which is the word publish and how to change that. And I think the city attorney's bringing also some information.
So you'll have information on that.
Yep.
Okay. And that'll be
I just wanted
attached to
let
the
you know
agenda.
We have one more item for October. Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Very good. Anyone else? Member items and referrals to staff, we've covered that. Is there one more?
Yeah, besides the charter, when are we even get some minutes from, I think we're now 3 down?
Yeah, we are having some issues with the minute secretary, so we're going to be working on that for the next month. So the next one, we should have pretty much all of them.
Okay.
And fair question, and that's why I'd questioned the minutes before, because in going back and reading through the 94, 95 minutes and even city council minutes prior, it is extremely useful to have good minutes that are truly reflective, not just that the committee discussed this item. That isn't very helpful, but those minutes are really, really helpful. Anyone else? Future agenda or referrals to staff? With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at 10:56 PM.
So moved.
Okay. Did you get a motion second, Eleanor?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, we had 3 motions, so
Everybody wants to
I wanted to
go.
make sure she caught one of those.
Unanimous motion made.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.